it says the wisdom of the world, 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 19. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High. For it is written, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness. So he started picking up the wisdom of the world. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 23. And change the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man.
Right. So we know this is the ushering in of the image of the homosexual image of Yahushua. That this image is what has enslaved the world. Think about it. When you worship a white Christ, you worship homosexuality. You didn't know you was doing that in church, did you? My Jesus. Well, your Jesus was a white homosexual that they praise in church. A white man that laid with other men, laid with his sister, tried to bang his mom, died of some nasty disease. He was a homosexual. But when you worship that image, you're literally saying, I worship homosexuality. I'm down for the homos. You see that? But how did this happen? Was it always like that? No, these things were changed through time. So Esau put down what his father gave him, which was righteousness, and he became vain in his imagination, just like we became vain in our imagination. Remember, we coming back. We ain't there yet, and we were no different than the nations. We were no different than the nations, man. The Most High had the mercy on us to say, look, y'all can pick back up this mantle, but look at our people. We're the worst faggots right now. We're the worst murderers right now. Esau perfected it just to hand it back to us, for us to do it to each other. That's it. He perfected it in a way where it gives us the license, man, to destroy one another. So really, when you look at it, who's worse? It's a hard question to wrestle with, right? Like, who's worse? The children of light or the ones that are supposed to be filthy anyway? Think about it. They're supposed to be filthy. Yeah. Esau's supposed to be garbage. But what about us? Are we supposed to move like him?
When our people do something or take control of something, they take it to another level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right. But
they go above.
We go above and beyond. But think about it. It says we're wise to do evil. And righteousness we don't know how to do. So yeah, we'll take something and go all the way to the extreme left with it. Yeah. We'll go all the way with it, man. And it's sickening. So, but that's why I posed the question, who's worse? The one that's supposed to do evil and wicked and filth, or the one that's not supposed to do, that's doing? That's true. Yeah. See? You see how we got to make sure that we check ourselves and don't be so quick to point. I know nobody's not doing that. I'm just throwing that out there for my own remembrance, my own grounding, my own humility. Yep. We always got to stay humble. So, but yeah, man, that was the case. The whole world fits the bill of knowing good and saying, you know what? Nah, I'm going to do something different. The whole world, all the nations fit that bill. There was another question, right? Oh, let's see here. Go back to, so he was asking about the Judith situation. Would Judith be his wife? Well, that's on the old feed. Oh, you have to start the whole feed over?
Nah, it's on the one.
It's on the first feed that we did.
Right. Right. Basically, would Judith have been his wife? Well, when you read the story, yes.
Dinah. You mean Dinah?
Dinah, excuse me. Dinah. Yeah, when you read the story, what were they going to do? They were going to let the men be circumcised so that they can deal with the people. So he was going to take her as a wife. That was the whole setup with the brothers. They used the law. They used the law. They used the law to be able to get that revenge. So yeah, they were setting up to be the wife, for her to be his wife. Remember, they understood the law. They knew the law. They just didn't choose to deal with the law. They had it from their forefathers. They knew what to deal with and what not to deal with. They knew it. They just chose not to. And how do we know they knew it? Well, the Egyptians right here proved that they knew the law. But Abraham knew that what? Man, they lawless. They may not follow the law. They're a little bit too much disconnected. They doing their own thing, right? When you look at the Midianites, they knew the law. They were a direct son of Abraham. You think Abraham didn't? He said, I know him, for he will teach his sons and his sons' sons and his sons' sons' sons. He taught Midian, but what did Midian decide to do? Idolatry, idol worship, worship other gods. They were doing some things of the Most High, but then they were doing some things of themselves. You see that? So that made them unrighteous. You see that? So he was going to deal with Dinah as he wanted to marry her. They were going to do it. Somebody had their hand up. Is it on what we're talking about, or a whole different question?
Well, it was just for Romans, how we just read Romans.
Yeah, what's that?
Would that go with 2 Corinthians 11:4?
Read it.
For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom ye have not preached, or if ye receive another spirit, which ye have not received, or another gospel, which ye have not accepted, ye might bear with him. Would that go?
It would go with it because they're preaching a whole other Jesus that the Bible don't speak of. The Bible speaks of a dark-skinned man with white woolly hair, bold and austere, skin like bronze. The church preaches a white man with dog stringy hair, blue eyes, real soft and tender, right? Holding lambs, throwing Skittles out, and he loves everyone. So yes, they are teaching another Jesus. He's just throwing out love. It is funny because it's like Joel Osteen. It's like just Joel Osteen. That's what it reminds me of. Like just Joel Osteen.
Right.
I love everyone. And he's smiling. Boys and girls, sound like Mr. Rogers.
I'll take $50 million from you.
Yeah, while taking your money. So, man, sorry for the cutoff. Y'all know how it goes, man. We have these problems. We have these problems with these programs, man. We pay this money for the programs. And you know how it is. They want you to upgrade and keep upgrading for a fee. And what they do, they cause glitches and problems. So we apologize, man. Y'all hop back on, please. And let's continue. Where we at? Let's go back to... Oh, what's it? No. Oh, let's go back to Genesis.
Oh, you ready?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 12, verse 19.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Right?
Genesis chapter 12, verse 19. Why sayest thou, she is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife. Now, therefore, behold, thy wife, take her, and go thy way.
And she was his sister. She was his sister before she was his wife.
Come.
So technically, he didn't lie. They like say, oh, Abraham lied. No, he didn't lie. She was his sister. He just didn't go into detail of their relationship. But hey, that's my sister. She's an Israelite. Just tell them that you're my sister. We ain't got to go into detail that you're my wife. Because they knew a woman to be married to her. And if she was a married woman, what would have to be loose from that marriage? What had to happen? That man had to die. Who did that same very thing? Dawiyad, David, right? He tried to circumvent the law by dispatching of Uriah the Hittite so he could be with Bathsheba. A woman was bound to her husband as long as he was alive by law. So David tried to circumvent the law. Abraham thought that the Egyptians would try to circumvent the law, so that means they had to know the law. They actually had to know the law in and out, just like we did.
And he knew that.
And he knew that they knew the law. That's why he said, hey, just tell them that you're my sister, because if you say that I'm your husband, they're going to kill me. Why? Because now when that man is not around, they try to do a technical, it would still be wrong. Because was not David wrong? David was wrong because he had to do something evil for something good to come. So you can't do evil. You can't kill a man so you can take a wife. That's wrong. He knew that's how the Egyptians might have rolled, so he tried to do the, hey, shalom sis. Right? He didn't do the shalom babe.
Right.
He did the shalom sis. Right? Read on.
Oh, but she didn't buck up and say, well, we're married though. How come we can't just act like we're married? And how come I gotta say I'm your sister? Or try to dispute what he was saying and go back and forth. She just rolled with it.
Yeah.
I like the example of Sarah or Sharab because she was a great example of how a woman should roll in the same mind.
Like
judgment
what? I'm not your wife?
Con.
I like, yeah, she didn't do that. Like, what? I can't tell. But she'd have got them killed. She'd have got him killed.
Con. And even if she didn't understand in the moment why he was saying that, even though he broke it down,
she still rolled.
She still just rolled with it. I'm sure even if he didn't break it down, she wouldn't just roll with it. Hey, we're going through here to say you my sister. Con.
Yeah. So Aggie student, he said that doesn't exactly answer my question. My question is that from the physical act of what Shechem did, even though he was of another nation, was he already technically her husband? Yeah, he was. Because the law says so. The law says so. That yes, when a man lay with a woman, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. So yes, she was. He just wanted to now go through the ceremony part.
That's why she stayed at his house.
Yeah.
Remember,
Cuffed her up.
Remember, when the brethren came to slew all the people, they slew all the people and got their sister.
They had to take their sister out of
house.
Shechem. Yeah, out of Shechem, or from away from Shechem. So, yes, by technicality, if you want to be super technical in the law, yeah, that was his wife. That was his wife. Because and Jacob, if you go through the law, he could have denounced that. He could have been like, nah, you're not taking her. You see what I'm saying? Like, no. If her father utterly refused, what would he have to have done? He'd have to pay for taking that virginity. Right? So, yes, by technicality. Remember, when you read Deuteronomy, it says the law shall be, this shall be the wisdom in the sight of who? The nations. I'll ask you this. When we get into the kingdom, are the nations going to be governed by the law?
Come.
Yeah. So the thought is what? We're trying to get them, they got to get right too. Right? Through what? Through the law. Go preach through all nations. We waking up our people, but it's a simultaneous, our people waking up, the nations waking up to who they are. Right? And whoever grabs on, grabs on. It says in that day, 10 men shall grab onto the skirt of him that is a Jew and say that God is with you. So, yes, it does apply. It did apply. It did apply. But when you look at the little nuances of the story and the way things went down, it was sketchy. It was very, very sketchy. But think about it. They agreed to the law. They agreed when they said, look, we'll be circumcised. What were they agreeing to? They were agreeing to the law of the stranger, where it says, if a nation is circumcised, they become one as if he was born, homeborn or born amongst you. So then now these dudes can keep the feast days, right? They can marry the women. Think about it like this: Uriah the Hittite. Bathsheba was an Israelite. Uriah the Hittite was a Hittite. He was from the land. He was a Canaanite. How did Uriah the Hittite become one of David's mighty men? He had to be circumcised, and he had to follow the laws of the Most High. He married an Israelite woman. That was his wife. How do we know? Well, when David committed adultery and murder, the Most High crushed David, right? For what he did to Uriah being a Hittite. But the law applied because he went through with the other steps of the circumcision and following and believing. just like these men were ready to do. They did the one thing, but then they had to come back and say, well, look, we can't accept y'all unless such and such and such. But by technicality, yeah, you lay with a woman, that's your woman. You lay with a man, that's your husband. By technicality. All right? Hopefully that clears it up a little bit more. If not, definitely hit us. Genesis 24 and 67. Let's see what that says. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Same scriptures we go to show marriage. Right? Same scriptures we go to show marriage. Even in today's society, if a man walked up in here with a nation woman, with a woman of the other nations, right? Do we just disannul that marriage like, oh, she's not an Israelite, so get rid of her? No. We don't disannul that marriage. That's a marriage. He lay with her. He's been with her. He might have kids with her. So what does he got to do? He got to deal with her as a wife. Moses' wife, he had an Ethiopian. And he also had a Midianite. Right? He said those were his wives, not his concubines or anything like that. He said those were his wives. The law applied in these instances where the law applied to Israel. So no matter what side of the coin you were on, the law applied. They could have applied the law of marriage. They could have applied the law of rape. Whatever they wanted to apply to fit that situation, they could have applied. Jacob could have been like, hell no, we ain't doing that. And he would have been applying that law of marriage. You see that? So, yes, it did apply. Okay, thumbs up. Perfect. Aggie student. Yes, sir. Let's read on.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 20. Genesis chapter 12, verse 20. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Chapter 13, verse 1.
Yeah, this Pharaoh was a quick study. He was a quick study, meaning he just needed one plague, and he was like, man, y'all get up out of here.
Smart man.
He was a smart man, but it shows you through generations, niggas got dumb. They got very prideful and high-minded concerning the other Pharaoh in Moses' time. He was like, this ain't the God. This ain't the God. This ain't God. I'm God. This Pharaoh was a very quick study. Read on.
Genesis chapter 13, verse 1. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. Verse 2.
Who was Lot to Abraham? To Abram.
Nephew.
His nephew. And in some instances, the Bible calls him what? His brother. Because he was his brother. I mean, can't get around it. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. Verse 3. And he went on his journey from the south, even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning.
You know what I'm waiting for? The next Hollywood movie to come out and be about Abraham, and he's just some ashy white dude walking around just looking like a bum.
Yep.
With Lot looking like a bum. Sarah just looking like a vagabond woman.
They living in tents like
they
this,
living in teepees. Yeah, they living in like, and the wind is just blowing against their lips, so they just chapped. That's what I'm waiting for them to just totally blow past the fact that Abraham was rich as hell. He was wealthy. The fact that he had 318 servants that were born in his house. The fact that he had cattle so much that him and Lot had to split. They'll overlook all that to do what? To downplay our wealth, to downplay our dominion. That our forefathers were great, and then they'll make themselves our forefather. What's that, Sister Mary?
Why was he wasn't rich with money, and why was he rich?
Wait, say that one more time.
See, it was not with money.
Well, he was rich with money. It tells you that he had
with money, but because he was faithful obedience.
right.
That's why.
But even before his, remember, let's put it in the context. Before the Most High told him to get up and go into another land, Abraham was rich with wealth and money.
Yeah.
He had 318 servants. You can't be broke.
It says silver and gold.
You
Verse
can't
2.
be broke and do that. And then, yeah, here in verse 2, read Genesis 13 and verse 2.
And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver,
Silver is not spiritual. Cattle is not spiritual. What else?
and in gold.
Right, so what is it showing about Abraham? That he was rich on both sides. He was rich carnally, wealthy carnally, but he was also rich in the spirit. So it's not a knock on Abraham that he had money and that he had some substance. The Most High said he loved the prosperity of his saints.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? But
Right here.
Abraham wasn't about just his money. He was about obedience and following. So yes, he was rich in the spirit, but we can't deny the fact that he had riches in money and wealth. We can't deny that our forefathers had dough. we cannot deny that because the Bible does say it. How else would he be able to buy? Listen, he bought a plot of land for him and his sons to be buried on. Remember, he went to the king and said, "Give me the land of Machpelah." He said, "What is this land between me and thee?" He said, "What's this to a king? I got it too." Right? He was up there with kings in wealth. He was able to sit with kings and buy land and discuss different things. So we don't want to just bottleneck Abraham into one thing because, again, what will they put out there? Like, yeah, he was obedient to God to a certain extent, but he was just some poor broke nigga that needed something. No, he wasn't. That's the beauty of it. Abraham could have looked at his money, his gold and his silver, and been like, hell nah, I ain't getting up. I'm good, baby. The land of my fathers, listen, I'm flourishing. So that made Abraham's get up and go, his obedience, man, it made that even more, listen, it illuminates it even more. Because he had to give something up. He had to detach from those things to be obedient to the Most High. So what did he have to do? We go all the way back to the word what?
Give it up.
We go back to the word what?
Sacrifice. I'll just go ahead and say it.
Read on. Read on, Nicodemus.
Genesis chapter 13, verse 3.
Right?
And he went on his journey from the south, even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai. Verse 4. Unto the place of the altar, which he had made thereof at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Most High. Verse 5. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Verse 6. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great.
That's wild. I mean, think about that.
They had so much they couldn't
We
even
had
stay
so
together.
much that we couldn't even live together. The flocks were so thick. Because Lot was rich also in substance. It tells you. He had herds and different things going on. So them combined, they couldn't be in the same little area together. Listen, that means that Terah, their father, he was a wealthy man. He was a wealthy man. And that's the wisdom that the Most High gives. It shows you how to keep wealth and how to pass down. It says a wise man passed down an inheritance to his children's children. Not just the one child, but the children's children. So he got 3 generations plotted out. Terah had it covered. But his generation before him had him covered. And the generation before that. So what does it tell you about Noah? Noah wasn't broke. Noah had riches. He had something to hand down to all his sons when they start to disperse. He had something to hand down to them. And they did what? They flipped that. They flipped it. They didn't just sit on it. They flipped it, and kept that wealth going. A wise son will do that. Read on.
Genesis chapter 13, verse 6, starting from the top. and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together.
Right.
For their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. Verse 7. And there was a strife between the herdsmen. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram, cattle, and the herdsmen of Lot, cattle. And the Canaanites and the Perizzites dwelled with them in the land. Verse 8. And Abram said unto Lot, let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdsmen and thy herdsmen, for we be brethren. Verse 9. Is it not the whole land between thee? Separate thyself. Reading like Sam now.
He said, is it not the whole land before thee? So he was saying, look, don't we got all this land in front of us? Let's just go our separate ways. You take this side, I'll take this side. So what are we understanding about Abraham? His diplomatic skills, man. His wisdom. His way of preserving relationships. Not letting things come in between the brotherhood. He said, are we not brethren? Right? Listen, we know we got stuff, but we're supposed to be brothers first. Think about how many things come between brethren. Money and wealth, and this person said this. Well, no, you take it up for your herdsmen. Think about how many which ways that could have went negative, where Abraham was like, look, hold up, remember, we're brothers. That's first and foremost. Let's handle this in a way where we can both win. You go this way, I go this way. Simple, right? Yeah, but Lot, what had to be inside of Lot's mind? Well, Lot had to have at least some good character and understanding of Abraham, or of Abram, and Lot had to have some righteousness in him. He had to have respect for his elder, for his uncle. All these different things that we lack in these days, man. But Lot had it, and he agreed. Like, yeah, you're right. This is the best way to handle it. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 13, verse 9.
Where you reading to?
14 or 7.
Oh, okay.
14 and 5.
Okay.
Genesis chapter 13, verse 9. It is not the whole land between thee.
Right.
Separate thyself. I pray thee from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. Verse 10. And Lot lifted up his eyes.
At all? Okay.
And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Most High destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Most High, like the land of Egypt, as thou come unto Zoar. Verse 11. Then Lot chose him all the plains of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from another. Verse 12. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the city of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. Verse 13. But the men of Sodom was wicked and sinners before the Most High exceedingly. Verse 14. And the Most High said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, lift it up now thy eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. Verse 15. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. Verse 16. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shalt thou seed also be numbered. Verse 17. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it. Breadth of it. For I will give it unto thee. Verse 18. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelled in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Most High. verse 14. Chapter 14, verse 1.
You know, you got to look at like little small things, like who taught Abraham how to build the altar to the Most High? Well, remember when Noah got off the boat? What's the first thing that Noah did? He did what? What did he do, Benaiah? He built an altar and he made sacrifice to the Most High.
Yeah.
Right? You don't read about the Egyptians making sacrifices to the Most High, or Ham, or the Canaanites. But you read about Abraham doing it. He kept the traditions of what Noah, and I'm using Noah because they were the restart of the known world. They were the restart of the world, excuse me. So Noah kept what was handed down from Adam. You see that? Hey, do me a favor. Go find out from them.
Next one.
Yeah, and them. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So y'all see this, right? This is where you got to see there was a lot of things about Abraham before the Most High came to him and said, get up and go, that Abraham was doing Bahashem Yahushai. He was doing things in the name of the Most High, man. You see that? So where you at? Where you at?
14, verse 1.
Yeah.
You ready? Genesis chapter 14, verse 1. And it came to pass in the day of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Alak, king of Elazar, Shinar, Alak, king of Elam. I ain't there yet.
No, Cheldor-Lamor.
Sheldor-Lamor, king of Elam, and Tidal, did I say it right?
Tidal.
Tidal, king of nations.
Right, go ahead. These were the 5 kings of the Sodomites. These were the 5 kings of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right.
No, Salak. These are not the 5 kings of Sodom and Gomorrah. These are just 5 kings. They made war with Sodom and Gomorrah. Go ahead.
Verse 2. That these made war with Berah, king of Sodom,
Right.
and with Bashar, king of Gomorrah, Shael, king of Ammon, and Sheba, king of
Shemibir.
and the king of Bela, which is Zoar.
Zoar, right.
Zoar.
Right. So Shem-Ibar, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. So these are the 5 cities. Sodom and Gomorrah comprised of 5 cities.
Okay.
So think about that. think about that and the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't just one place. It was 5 cities that were destroyed. 5 different rulers that were all in the same mind of filth. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Genesis chapter 14, verse 3.
Zoar. Hold on, let me make sure. Where did Lot go to? Didn't Lot go to Zoar? So there might have been 2 cities that were destroyed. I believe Lot went to Zoar, right? Where he said, isn't it a little one? He said, he said, let me go to Zoar. Let's see here. Let's make sure.
we went to Zoar.
Right,
Genesis
so
1930.
Right. So you have 5 cities. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. So obviously they all weren't destroyed because Lot went to Zoar, which was one of the 5 cities. So he just went to the next city over. Y'all see that?
Con.
Right. So, I mean, very important to know, man. Very important to know. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 14, verse 3. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim.
Siddim.
Yeah.
Siddim,
Yes, sir.
which is the South Sea. Verse 4. 12 years they served it Shador, Lamar. 12 years they served Shador, Lamar. And in the 13th year they rebelled it. Verse 5.
That's the whole strip.
Oh, okay.
It's not gonna come up until later.
Okay.
It says city, but I don't notice.
Verse 5. And in the 14th year came Shinar, Lamore, and the king that was with him, and spoke the Rephims in
Ashtaroth,
Asherah,
and
Cardium, and the
Zuzims,
Zuzim in Ham, and Eman
Emims,
in
Shabbat,
I don't pronounce it. Shabbat,
Ker-I-Them.
Ker-I-Them.
God. That's it. Let's read it. God, good job.
Hey, the more you read it and the more you study, the more the names become familiar.
I went over it 100 times and I still can't remember.
You'll be fine. Just keep doing it.
On the app and everything,
Ker-I-Them.
pronounce it too.
The more you do it, the more it becomes second nature. It's like anything we ever done in life. You know how to feed yourself until what? Kept doing it. So, yeah.
When I eat, I was all right.
Izar, Shabbat Yahawada, Ban Yashrala.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Yahawada, Ban Yashrala, Men of Israel, Imani, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashabrakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yashabrakatam.
Yep. Huh? Right? Nah, you know what you do? I mean, listen, if y'all gotta use the restroom, use it.
Of course.
If y'all gotta use it, use it. You can pour water into the toilet and it'll flush it. Yeah, so, I mean, try to hold it to like number ones. Yeah.
All of them messed up.
Yeah, the whole strip, I guess they're probably doing maintenance on the line so the water is down. It's always something, man. There's always something. So yeah, if you gotta use it, use it. We can all.
Yeah, they said next door someone that they said they put notices out. Like, how come we didn't get one?
Yeah, we didn't get no notice, right? It's all good. You know, if the kids gotta use it, let them use it. Well, there's only one kid here, right? No, there's three of them. Yeah, if they gotta use it, man, use it. Try to. For now, number one's only.
Yeah, just give it a shot.
Yeah, where we at?
Genesis chapter 14, verse 6.
Satan is always working. Nigga, don't stop, bro. Where you at?
Genesis chapter 14, verse 6. And the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mizpah, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Azazon Tamar. And there went out a king of Sidon, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Adamah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedalamor, the king of Elam, with the title king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Sidon was full of slime pits. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, and went to Sodom and his goods and departed. And there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew, For he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorites, brother of S.O.W, brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram.
Right, so real quick, just pull it up for y'all. Sodom and Gomorrah, Salah. Sodom and Gomorrah was right here. It was right in here. And then now, you know, as time went on, you got Moab, you got Edom, you got Ammon. It makes sense, right? Sodom and Gomorrah is destroyed. Lot sleeps with his daughters. They have 2 children, Moab, Ammon. So Sodom and Gomorrah right here by the Salt Sea, these 5 cities up in here somewhere. All right, so, you know, just a little map. Remember, Egypt is here. Damn. Egypt is here. Goshen. You know, Israel is further up. Tyre, Zidon, up more. So, just a little perspective. The land of Midian is right here. Midian is right here. Edom. Edom was always underneath us. All right? And obviously at this time it wasn't the land of Edom. They weren't around yet. This is a more updated map from that time. We're just giving a little perspective of where it was, man. That way, you know, where did Abraham journey from? The Ur Chaldees was where? Which way did he come from? He journeyed which way? Well, right. So, Ur Chaldees would be where? Up in here. Right? And he came this way. If we're looking at it right. You see that? So, came up in here. They're somewhere in this land. And they're looking. And, Lot goes to Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham is where he's at. So, just a little perspective. We like to do a little map thing. Very important. Very important. To be able to look at the maps. And she can pull up some maps of the actual, where they were. What I'll do. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Where you at?
Verse 14, Genesis 14 and 14. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. For he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer.
So Abraham just wasn't some bum dude. He was actually a warrior. Think about that. I said he slaughtered a whole people. So he was a warrior. He knew how to fight. And his men knew how to fight also. What's that? Did he go west? What's that? You got your hand up? Yeah. I thought you had. Oh. Go ahead.
And of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shavah, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all.
You did what?
He gave him tithes of all.
Yeah. He gave him 10% of all he had. He had the law. He had the law from his forefathers. Go ahead.
And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from the thread even the shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich.
Right. Yeah,
Say-
he was like, listen, I'm not going to take anything that we got back. Why? Because I don't want you to take the glory that the Most High made me rich. I don't want you to come back and be like, see, Abraham took from me and now I'm rich. No. And actually, Abraham journeyed west. The Ur of Chaldees is west. So if we look at it, just to make it clear, the Ur of Chaldees is up here.
Okay.
He journeyed west. Yeah, because he couldn't. He couldn't be. It couldn't be here. That's Egypt. Ur of Chaldees was here. Sorry, my arm. It was way up here, and he journeyed west into the land. All right. So just so we got it clear, we want to make sure that what we're saying is clear, that it's on point. All right. All you gotta do is look at the map. Just look up where was the Ur of Chaldees. And it'll give you the biblical, or it'll give you the older maps of the locations. Oh yeah, that's hard to see because of the light.
Yeah.
That light's glaring. Yeah, it's all good. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 14, verse 24. Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. Chapter 15 and verse 1. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born of my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This will not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I, that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcass, Abram drove them away. When the sun was going down, the deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, and horror of great darkness fell upon him.
Go ahead.
And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs.
Go ahead.
And shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
They shall what?
Afflict them 400 years.
Go ahead.
And also that nation whom thou serve, I will judge. And afterward shall they come out with a great substance.
Cons. That's talking about in this time here in America. It says they're going to afflict us for 400 years. 400 years. So you got from the year 1619 all the way up until 2019. So you can see Abraham, the Most High gave Abraham that vision of what we were going to be dealing with here in America. So 400 years. From the year 1619 to 2019. 1619 is the official start of the slave trade. What's up?
Do Acts chapter 7 verse 6 go with that?
What's Acts chapter 7 and 6? You say Acts 7 and 6?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to it real quick. Go ahead. You got it?
Oh,
Acts chapter 7 verse 6.
Go ahead.
And God spake on this wise, that his seed should sojourn in a strange land, and they should bring him into bondage, and entreat them evil 400 years.
God, good scripture. God. Yeah, that goes with it. Because Acts 7 and 6 goes with the Genesis that we just read. Go back and read that Genesis 15 and 13.
Genesis chapter 15, verse 13. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs,
God, go ahead.
and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge.
Go ahead.
And afterwards shall they come out with a great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and shall be buried in a good old age. Verse 16. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it come to pass that, when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river of Euphrates. Forgive me. That's it.
All right. That's it for the second reader. He went to Genesis 15 and 18.
What was Acts?
Oh, Acts, Nicodemus.
That's good. What was
It
it?
was 7 and 6. Acts 7 and 6. Acts chapter 7, verse 6. All right, let's get the next reader out.
Oh yeah, that's when Stephanus was dropping bombs on him. Stephan. Bro, I just hit Yashikar. See what's up. Wow. Terrible.
William, Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
William Shabbatasho Yahawada, Bun Yasharala, Menavizra, Imani. Right.
Yahweh Simel Sabrakatam.
How about Shimya Shabrakata? We stopped at 19. At 18, I'm sorry. So you'll be picking up at Genesis chapter 18. Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 17.
Genesis chapter 15, verse 19. The Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Kadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
Chapter 17 and 17.
Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abraham's wife, bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian whose name was Hagar. Sarai said unto Abraham, Behold, now the Most High hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarai. Sarai, Abraham's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife.
So you know what happened right here with Sarah, right? So Sarah got a little faithless because she was getting a little bit older and she couldn't produce any kids. But all she had to do was remain faithful. Because what was the promise that the Most High had for Abraham? Read Genesis 12 and 7 real quick.
It's going to be many nations.
God, he's going to be the father of many nations. Yeah, read Genesis 12 and 7 real quick.
Genesis chapter 12, verse 7.
Go ahead.
And the Lord appeared unto Abram, and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land.
Go ahead.
And there builded he an altar unto the Most High, who appeared unto him.
So the Most High had already said, listen, Abraham, you're gonna get a whole bunch of kids, pretty much. You're gonna get your own seed, and that seed, I'm gonna give the land to, right? But Sarah just got a little faithless. She was getting a little older, and remember when we read on, that's why I tells you that she laughed. She laughed when it said that she was gonna when the Most High said that when she overheard Abraham speaking with the Most High and the Most High telling him pretty much, you're gonna have a kid. She laughed because she was already so old, right? But yeah, it's just showing, man, she lost a little bit of faith. Go ahead. Now go back to Genesis chapter 16, verse 4.
16 verse 4. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. And the Most High judged between me and thee.
Yeah, and she's seen it. That's why as soon as she knew she made the wrong decision, that's why as soon as she gave Hagar to Abraham, Hagar just immediately started despising Sarah. Why do y'all think Hagar despised Sarah?
I do something you can.
Exactly. I can do something that you can't. And you're supposed to be over me. You're supposed to be, I'm your servant, but I can do something that you can't. So she got prideful. Hagar's pride came out. What's up?
And you can also think about that in today's way, like if, for example, here in the camp situation, like the priest Balthazar, priest Awam, Kazakia, let's say you know more about computers than they do. And then you're trying to say, look, this is how computers set up, this is how you're supposed to run the Wirecast and do this, and that.
Yeah.
And you're like, you don't even know how to do this. You don't deserve to be in the position that, like, in a mindset, I'm not saying anybody here in particular, but a mindset can come upon a person saying, hey, I know how to do this, how come you don't? I should be where you're at. And it's the same kind of mindset that Korah and Dathan was in with Moses, saying, hey, I know how to talk, I'm eloquent in speech, I got dough, I should be where you're at and not you. That was the same kind of mindset that Hagar had with Sarai. Because she's like, look, I'm the one that's popping out the kid. I'm the one that's able to give me Lord and heir. What you doing? You're not on my level yet.
How come the Most High ain't blessing you?
How come the Most High is not blessing you?
So. Yep, read on.
And that pride, we know what that pride did.
Yeah.
We know what that pride did, right? In Hagar, she basically got, that firstborn was rejected. Whew. E. That firstborn was rejected.
No, I'm glad you brought that out because that's probably what she's thinking in her mind too. Hagar, why she got prideful.
Exactly.
And she was like, "Oh man,
He's the heir.
I brought forth the heir.
I'm
You
fulfilling-
didn't.
Yeah.
I'm fulfilling the prophecies.
God.
But look, that pride in her leaked over to what?
Son.
Her son.
Yep.
Remember, Ishmael was about 17 years old when it said he mocked Isaac.
God.
He was a teenager.
Yeah.
He didn't just all of a sudden was just off. No one is just all of a sudden just away. He picked up characteristics and he became whatever he was. Wherever the Most High rejected him, he became that through his 17, 14 years, whatever, of existence. He coveted the wrong gifts.
Yeah.
He looked at the wrong things and let that attach to his spirit. Nobody just don't become something. Or just all of a sudden you're one thing, you're the heir to the throne, and you're not. Ishmael became prideful. He learned that from who? Learned that from mama.
Yep.
Like the scriptures say, as the mother is, so is the daughter.
God.
Let that son hang around long enough. As the mother is, so is that son. If you're going to become what you're around. And so you got to understand, you mothers out there, what are you projecting on? What do you project into the air that your kids grab onto? You know, the kids are looking to grab onto something. We should be giving them that strength. Fathers too. It ain't just mothers. It's just parents in general. The kids look at us. So we got to make sure we're the pillar of strength, of faith, of belief, of consistency, of diligence.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're going to look for any reason to not follow that. All right, go ahead.
Verse 6. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. When Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Most High found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to shore. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence comest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Most High said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself unto her hand. And the angel of the Most High said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
And when you look at the Ishmaelites, I mean, it's a large number of people. The people that come from Ishmael, those 12 princes, man, it's a lot of people, man. You can't number it.
It's like when you think about the Middle East, you automatically just think of Ishmael.
Yeah, you automatically think of Ishmael.
Yeah.
And we know that every person in the Middle East ain't from them, but the vast majority come from Ishmael. I mean, come on, Elam alone, right?
Come.
Elam alone.
Elam comes from Abraham. Yeah, Elam.
Wait,
Shem.
yeah, they're Shem. I'm tripping.
Arabs.
Yeah, Elam is Shemitic. I'm tripping.
Elam, the East Indians.
Right, they're Shemitic.
Yeah.
Then who am I thinking about?
The Arabs.
They're just the Arabs, just the Arabic people.
Saudi Arabians. Iranians, Iraqis.
Right, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a lot of them, man.
Afghanistanians.
Afghanistan. You go up in Afghanistan in the mountains. You know how many people live in those mountains?
Gun.
That you don't know live in those mountains. It's crazy.
It's a whole other world out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a lot of people come from Ishmael. What's that?
I wanted to say that this story, or what's happening with Haggai, you know, this is another example. This is an example of how you can run away from your blessings. It's an example of how when the affliction starts hitting, and if you run away from the affliction, you run away from what the Most High is putting you through, you're possibly running away from a blessing because the Most High is trying to bring something out so that He can give something to you. If Haggai didn't go back, these things would have never happened. That's why the angel told her to go back. He was like, look, go back. Things is gonna be good with you. You gotta go ahead and accept this that Sarai is putting you through because you're gonna get blessed. But if she would have even bucked up in the angel with her pride, she wouldn't have got this. Her sons wouldn't have been. I mean, it would have been something for Abraham's sake, but she wouldn't have been a part of it.
Gone. All right, back to Genesis.
Genesis 16, verse 11.
Good point.
And the angel of the Most High said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction, and he will be a wild man.
And is he not? Is not Ishmael a wild man? He'll run up in your spot, shout Allah Akbar, blow himself up.
Blow you up. Blow his family up.
God, bro. Is he not wild?
All for 70 virgins in heaven.
I thought it was 7. I guess 70.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's a 7 number.
I'm not blowing myself up for just 7.
Or 70.
700. And even then, yeah, I'm not doing that. But yeah, he's the wild man. It said that his hand would be against everybody and everybody's hand would be against him. And think about it. The first thing when you think about the Arabs, man, is just they're not at peace with anyone. Everyone wants a piece of the Arabs, man. And they got a beef with everybody. They got a beef with America. They got a beef with Africa. They got a beef with everybody in the world too. So go ahead, read on.
His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
Mm-hmm.
And she called the name of the Most High that spake unto her, Thy goddess seest me. For she said, Have I here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Belahai Roi.
Bir Lahai Roi.
Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abraham a son. And Abraham called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abraham was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram.
So Abraham was 86. Abraham was 86 when Hagar bore Ishmael, right? And Ishmael in Hebrew is Yashamai Allah. Yashamai Allah. Yeah, God will hear.
Right, Shemai Allah.
Yeah. Yashamai Allah.
That's yeah. Oh, Yashmai Allah. Yeah, Yashmai Allah. Yep.
All right, let's jump to Genesis chapter 17, verse 1.
Abraham was 90 years old and 9. The Most High appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face. And the Most High talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee. And thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will walk.
Right, so this is the beginning of the first covenant, right? The covenant he made with Abraham. Go ahead.
And I will make thee exceeding fruitful. And I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, thy seed after thee, and their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee, to thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their power.
So with this, it's funny because I'm reading Joshua right now. With this, you can see why we went and took over the land of Canaan. Because it goes back all the way to Genesis chapter 17 and verse 8 with the promise that the Most High made to Abraham that his seed will possess the land of Canaan. Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto Abram, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep between me and you, and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token, a covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. My covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant.
Right, so you know how you have people, they do the whole spiritual Israelite thing?
Yeah.
Well, we're spiritual Israel? No, it was about the flesh. The covenant was made with Abraham and his seed, right? But who was born? Right. Just Ishmael, right? I don't believe Abraham came yet. Oh, not Abraham. Isaac hadn't came yet, right? But was it made with? Was the covenant made with Ishmael? Was it fulfilled through Ishmael? The covenant? Nah. And we know that because they were cast out, right? They were cast out, and who did it go to? To Isaac, right? Go to Galatians real quick. Go to Galatians 3 real quick. Go to Galatians 3:16. Read that.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Yashikar, what scripture are you talking about when it says, what does that mean to despise?
It's about Hagar, yeah. She despised her in her eyes. She looked down on her. Yeah. Wow, we'll go back to it, but read Galatians 3:16.
Galatians chapter 3, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
And now Abraham and his seed were the promises made.
Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made.
Okay.
Right? Read on.
He said not.
If we don't get it clear, if we don't, because think about it. We're like, well, Midian was his seed. Isaac was his seed. Ishmael was his seed. Right? Go ahead.
And to seeds.
He said, and he saith not, and to seeds, meaning it wasn't to all the seeds. Go ahead.
As of many.
Right?
But as of one.
Right?
And to thy seed.
And this is what clears it up. And to thy seed, go ahead.
Which is Christ.
Which is what?
Which is Christ.
So, did Yahweh Shai come out of Ishmael?
La.
Or did he come out of Isaac? It's that seed. You see that? Watch. Read on.
And this I say,
that
the covenant that was confirmed before the Most High in Christ,
right?
The law,
right?
Which was 430 years after.
Right, so you're saying that the law, the written law, came 430 years after. That was confirmed. Go ahead.
Cannot disannul.
Right, it cannot disannul what was promised to Abraham. Y'all get this?
Done.
Read on.
that it should make the promise of none effect.
Right, that it shall make the promise of none effect. Why do you have to point out the law here? Because does it mean that because I follow the law as a nation that automatically the promise that was made to Abraham's seed is now disannulled? God forbid. Right? God forbid. Read on, watch, read on.
For if the inheritance be of the law,
Right, so if the inheritance, if the promise was of the law, read,
it is no more of promise.
it's no more a promise. Go ahead.
But the Most High gave it to Abraham by promise.
Right, go ahead.
Wherefore then serveth the law.
Right, he's asking the question. So do we do the law? Read on.
It was added because of
I can
transgression.
show you why the law. Why do the law? The law was added because of transgression. Remember, it tells us without the law we wouldn't know sin. The law was added because of transgressions. Right? Think about it. When we went through Genesis, and Adam and Eve, they transgressed the commandment of the Most High of not eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They had to perform what? To reconcile with the Most High, or for remission of sin, they had to perform now the sacrificial law, which they didn't have to sacrifice anything before that. You see that?
Right.
So the law was added because of transgression. Go ahead.
Till the seed should come to whom the promise was made.
What seed? Well, the seed of Abraham through Isaac. And then Isaac through Jacob. And then Jacob through the 12 tribes. So that's why he said not to seeds of many, but to one seed. So this right here, you can cut all that spiritual Israel crap. You can cut all that. You can cut all that down because it's telling you who the promise. He said it wouldn't be a promise if it was by the law, because technically the world is supposed to follow the law. So was the world promised the promises that Abraham were promised? Of course not. The whole world wasn't there. You see that? The law was added because of transgression. Right now, where are we at?
Genesis chapter 3, verse 19.
No,
last
finish verse 19 and then we'll jump back.
And it was ordained by angels in the hand of the mediator.
Right. You see that? By the hand of the mediator, which was who?
Yahweh Shai Mashiach.
Yahweh Shai was the mediator between God and man. Right. Y'all see that? Yeah, let's jump back.
I was gonna say, real quick on Yashakar's question.
I mean, we could actually read down on that. Like, it's real good. Like, this Galatians is real good.
Yeah.
Because, it's showing you what the law was meant to do. Let's read down. Let's read down real quick and then we'll jump to Yashakar. And, not to take it too far off topic, but that way there's no confusion. The promises, the law. Watch, read on.
Verse 18.
Right?
For if the inheritance be of the law.
Verse 20.
Verse 20. Verse 20. Now a mediator is not a mediator of one, but God is one.
Actually, we can stop it right there because it's going to go too far off what we're talking about. Jump back to his question.
So back to Yashakar's question. Back in Genesis chapter 16, verse 5, when it says, "And Sarah said unto Abram, my wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes." Right? So he was asking, what does that mean to despise? And is it a sin? Go to Leviticus chapter 19, verse 17 real quick. So when you get the definition of despise, one of the definitions of despise is to abhor, right?
To hate.
Abhor meaning to hate. Like it says, abhor not an Edomite, so hate not an Edomite. So one of the main definitions of despise is to abhor. Now read Leviticus chapter 19, verse 17.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
So not just your brother, but your sister as well. You're not supposed to hate your brother or your sister in your heart. Read.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor.
That's it on that. But yeah, Leviticus chapter 19, verse 17 says, You're not supposed to hate thy brother in your heart. And that's what happened when, back in Genesis chapter 16 and verse 5, with Hagar and Sarah. When Hagar saw she was pregnant and Sarah wasn't, she started hating Sarah. she got pride. She got prideful. That pride lifted her up.
Yeah, and remember, Hagar was an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, who the hell are you? You're the handmaid. You're the help. Right? So where could she find any justification? You know, another definition of despise. I'm going to go to the 1828, the dictionary,
Yep.
not the Bible. But it says to scorn, to disdain, to have the lowest opinion of. Where, like, Hagar, who the hell are you? Truthfully, like, who was she? That you gonna have the lowest opinion of your, she was a handmaiden, right? So she was in servitude to Abraham and his wife. So how is the help gonna talk bad against who you helping?
The Most High gave you as the help. The Most High gave a little blessing to you.
Yeah, to be
And
the
then-
help to righteous
and-
people.
Yeah, and then you lose it on the person that you were being a help to. But it shows why the Most High had you in a position as a help.
In the first place.
In the first place.
To abhor. She started to hate Sarah. But what was it? She was, you know, that negative outlook on her. Where did she develop that from? Well, she developed it. It was carnal. Because what is she looking at? Well, I have something that you don't. Why is he dealing with you? He should be dealing with me. It's that outlook that's what got Hagar booted. You see that? So was it wrong for her to do that? Hell yeah. Yeah, it was wrong. And she got checked for it years later. She got checked for it then, and she got checked for it years later. It never went up out of her. It actually went over to her son. It actually went over to Ishmael. What was it that he was mocking? Oh, I'm the firstborn and you're not? I'm going to get everything and you're not? What was he mocking? What was there to mock? That's your brother. Right?
Yep.
That spirit went over to Ishmael. So yeah, it was wrong. Yeah, it was off. That's why they got dealt with it for it. It said, man, send her ass off with some water and some bread. Get her up out of here.
Say kick rocks, huh?
Kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? So, where you at?
17 verse 14.
Yeah. Kick rocks.
And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And the Most High said unto Abraham.
And this is how you know that the covenant and the law were different. Because Abraham was already performing the law before this was given. Christians like to say, well, it's funny because, you know what the crazy part? The crazy part is, in the law, what's in the law that they're doing now? Wasn't it the circumcision, right? You're supposed to circumcise on the 8th day. Don't it tell you that?
Yeah.
It's in the law. You see that? But then you'll have the churches, they'll say the law is done away with. But then how are you under the covenant or under the law? How? How are you under the new covenant, the old covenant? You're not under anything, really.
Yep.
Because you said the law is done away with. Well, part of the law was circumcision. But what we were reading in Galatians was basically just because you went and circumcised don't mean that the promises, damn Ham could go get circumcised. Like when you read the story of Shechem, right, and the Hivites, they went and got circumcised to go be with the women of Israel. Did that mean that they automatically get the promises? And that now the promises translate over to them? Hell no. The promises were the promises. The law was the law. They were synonymous, but that don't mean because you weren't of Abraham's seed and you went and got circumcised that now the promises fall to you. That's where church gets it twisted. That's where the religions get it twisted. No, the promises stuck with Abraham's seed. Not seeds many, but one. We know that went to Isaac. Go ahead. He said, get him. Right?
Verse 15.
A lot of confusion with that, man.
And the Most High said unto Abraham, for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah. shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear?
God. That's where we're going to leave off at in Genesis chapter 17. We're going to jump over to Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 27.
So that's it.
Yeah, that's it for the Genesis.
We're gonna get done quick, huh? Oh man.
Isaiah chapter 40, verse 27.
Right.
Why sayest thou, O
wait,
Jacob?
real quick though, everybody clear on Genesis? All right. Yeah. I mean, it's straightforward. Some of y'all been through this a few times, so. Yeah, go ahead.
Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from the Most High, and my judgment is passed over from my power. Hast thou not known?
Oh, that's it. It was just read verse 27. Then
Oh,
that's what
okay.
comes up. Yeah, I know.
Isaiah. Yeah, why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God. And that's how we act, man. We act like the Most High ain't with us, or that he got tired and he drifted off into the abyss, and we're just left to ourselves.
17.
So what we got next reading?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is fourth reading?
It's the third. Yeah, it is the fourth reader.
Yeah.
Who didn't read?
1, 2, 3. Oh, but did you want to come up and read? When
If you don't want to, you don't have to. He looked at me like, no.
Why not? It's good luck. 7. 6. Gosh,
Yeah.
Benaiah, Shabbat Shal, Yehodah, Ban Yashar Allah, Men of Israel, Amadin, Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Oh, yes, sir, Evo. Wow, bro, that's a terrible place to have that. But I'll destroy your property.
Isaiah, we're gonna pick up at Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28. I'm gonna read to 41, 16.
Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28. Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding. He giveth power to the faint, And to them that have no might, he increaseth strength.
So if you ever wondered if God goes to sleep, no, he doesn't. The Most High doesn't get tired. He does not faint. So even though it said he created the earth in 6 days, on the seventh day he rested, he did not rest because he was faint or weary or tired. When it said he
needed orange slices.
Yeah, you need a Gatorade break.
Yeah, he needed a T.O. He needed a T.O. The Most High, he's the socket.
God.
He's the socket. He's the energy source.
That's right.
He don't need a break. And think about it. We always say Satan don't sleep, right? Who be running Satan? Who runs the devil? Most High. Most High definitely ain't sleeping. He got angels and all different things working, ministering 24/7, 365, man.
God.
Every minute, every hour, there's somebody watching on behalf. So, Most High ain't gonna get weary. But, more importantly, it's showing that through all Israel's folly, through all the slavery, through all of our beatdown, even now, you would the common Christian would say, well, where's God now? Where is he? Why is he letting this happen? Right? How come he's letting these things and that and this happen, babies dying, kidnappings, child molestation, murders of black people? Why? Well, that's him working. That's the Most High on his job. Remember it. Surely the Lord will do nothing, but he revealeth his mysteries to his servant. Is there not evil in the city and the Lord had not done it? Right? The Lord, the Most High, he's doing something. He is doing something just on the opposite end where we need to see these signs. Another black man shot. You know what that is? That's another soul. That's another Israelite woken up. That's how I look at it. A black man shot, that's another Israelite woke up.
Yeah.
Damn, why are we getting shot? Because now it poses the questions. Why are we getting killed? Why are we getting shot? You see that? And for the ones that are searching in the right places, that's supposed to spark and wake them up. Huh?
I would say Wisdom of Solomon 12:1.
What does it say?
Wisdom of Solomon 12:1. For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things.
Right.
That was it. That was just 12:1. Wisdom of Solomon.
Why'd you go there?
Well, because he's doing all this, the good and the evil. He says, forget what scripture it is, but he says, I create the good and the evil. That means he's saying,
I said, I form the light, create the darkness, death. I heal, 1 Samuel. Yeah, the Most High, he's in everything. That's his omnipotence. So, the mortal mind, and that's how you know, again, this ain't man that created any of this. Because the mortal mind is like, well, where is God? So he's in the invisible things. He's in the things seen and unseen. He's in the death and the destruction because he allows it.
He issued it.
Right.
You said what?
He issued it.
He sends the decree for death.
Yes.
He sends out those angels, go get them. He sends out those angels, destroy that. I'm going to send this hurricane. I'm going to send this whirlwind. I'm going to send this snowstorm.
Yeah.
He is the one that orchestrates all. You see that? So that's why he says in Isaiah had to say it, hast thou not known? Like, wait, you forgot? You didn't know? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting God, like he ain't tired. He's not just up there like, man, I need a smoke break. I'm trying to catch my second wind and I'm going to come back and deliver y'all. He's like, this is deliverance. This is all the punishment, all the beatdown, all the killings. This is our deliverance. It's part of it. It was prophesied. Y'all see that? Right. The creator of the ends of the earth fainteth not, neither is he weary. There is no searching of his understanding. And that's the thing. That's the key. Where we don't understand the Most High sometimes, man. We get it as learning and being in here, and we understand it. We understand how the Most High rolls, that he's not just the God of love. Right? He's not just the God of peace. He's a God of war. He's the God of spirits. He masters and controls everything.
Yeah.
right? So we understand it. But for some, they're like, man, I don't get it. Why is God letting babies die? Well, God ain't like man. He look on the spirit. He ain't looking at the flesh like, oh, because it's a 3-month-old. He's looking at the spirit. Spirit's off. Well, that spirit's good. Let me take it. You see what I'm saying? So I like it. I like it. Where verse you at?
Verse 29.
Right?
Isaiah 40:29.
He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength.
So the scripture says, the Most High gives power to the faint, right? Got a precept on this. Go to Proverbs chapter 24, verse 10. This goes hand in hand with Proverbs 24 and 10.
Proverbs chapter 24, verse 10.
Go ahead.
If thou faint in the day of adversity, thy strength is small.
Thy strength is small, right? But in Isaiah 40 and 29, it says he giveth power to the faint. So when it says that your strength is small, what strength is it talking about? It's not talking about your muscles. It's talking about your faith.
Yeah.
If you faint in the day of adversity, why? It's because your faith is small. Because Isaiah 40:29 says, he giveth power to the faint. So in a adverse situation where you feel like you're gonna fall or you're gonna stumble, Isaiah 40 and 29 is telling you that the Most High is gonna be the one that strengthens you, right?
Yep.
But why would you fall? Because the Most High ain't gonna let you fall. So why would you fall?
Well, I know why. Can I get it?
You can get it, but I was gonna answer it, of course.
No, don't answer it. Go to Hebrews 10. Go to Hebrews 10:35.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 35.
Read.
Cast not away therefore your confidence.
He said, do what?
Cast not away therefore your confidence.
He said, cast not away therefore your confidence. A lot of us do this. A lot of us cast away our confidence that the Most High is going to bring you through. You cast away the confidence that the Most High is even there. That's the sad part. Why? Because you think that he's tired. You think that he's faint. You think that he's like you, where he gets weary. Where the Most High is the one that created the battle, right? He brought you into the arena, and he's going to bring you out. With every temptation, you make a way out. He didn't create your temptation, but the arena, the stage is set. He knows how to bring you out. He said he knows how to deliver the righteous, right?
God.
But you gotta be confident. You can't cast away the fact that you know he's there to deliver you or to bring you through whatever it is that you need to go through. You can't cast that away, because as soon as you do that, you lost. Sis.
It reminded me of Psalm 121, because in verse 5 he says he neither slumbers nor sleeps. He's going to preserve us through everything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's there in black and white. We just have to hold to that.
Yeah. You got to hold to that faith and that confidence that the word of the Lord is true. But remember, he said it. I'm not a man that I should lie, or a man or the son of man that he shall repent. Have I not said it and not done it? Like, he reminded you, I'm not a man that I should lie. Like, man lies. Man repents and goes back on his words. Truce breakers, right? Unfaithful, right? That's man. And it's not that it's a wicked man all the time, but man as man, that's how we are. That's how we are. But the Most High got to remind us, I'm not like y'all. I'm not like the creation. I'm greater than. So don't cast your confidence away in me. Go ahead.
Which has great recompense of reward.
Right, and that's the problem. You don't see the reward right off, and you're like, man, God ain't with me. Most High ain't with me. But that's why he said, I think it's in the next verse. Read on.
For ye have need of patience.
For ye have what?
Need of patience.
I love this. This is one of my favorite scriptures. For ye have need of patience. Go ahead.
That after ye have done the will of the Most High.
Yeah, a lot of us got it twisted that this is a what have you done for me lately, God? Nah, bro. The Most High is on what have you done for me lately. The Most High is on what have you done for me lately. Do my will. Abraham, perfect example. Abraham, get up and go. Get out your land. After Abraham did that, now he was justified in asking, what would you give me when I go? Y'all see this, right? In chapter 12, he told him to get up and go. And then I believe back when we get to chapter 14 in Genesis, that's when Abraham asks, like, man, if I follow you, what you going to give me? But he already followed. He already was following. Man, hey, listen, let her use this one right here. Let her use this one right here. Is there anything in there? Yeah, let her use this one right here, man. Yeah, you can use that one. Don't worry about it. All you got to do is put water in there to flush it down. But y'all see this, right? Abraham was, a lot of us ain't qualified to ask, what is the Most High going to give me? None of us are qualified, really, until you start. You know, I'll say this to some of the brothers and sisters that are watching. I'm not going to put any one person on the spot. But, we got a couple of brothers and sisters that they're contemplating doing what Abraham did. Getting up out of the land of their fathers, right? And going to a better land. They're contemplating, man, I need to get up out of my comfort, get up out of where I'm at, and be around the brothers. Be around the camp, right? But see, you know what throws you off is you're wrestling in your mind. And you may not outright do it, but you do it. You wrestle in your mind of, to what good is it going to be for me?
Yeah.
How is it going to benefit me long run? What is going to be the outcome? You know how I know that's the case? And it's no shot at nobody. It's no shot at no brother, no sisters, nothing. It's not a shot. And you know why? Because I've been there. I had to wrestle with the same decision. I had to leave out of my comfort to get to Houston. So I get where you're at mentally. But how can I say with all conviction that there is a wrestling? Well, because it's taken you too long to get up and just make the move. It's taken too long because there's that back and forth, like, man, I know what I gotta do, but again, it's almost like you saying what Abraham said. What am I gonna get if I follow you? Lord, what am I gonna get? Right? You're not outright saying it, but in a roundabout way, that's what's being said. Abraham was qualified to say that because he had already been in the mode of the first thing that was told to him, he got up and did it. He did the will of the Most High. He did the will already. He already got up and started moving. When you read Genesis 12, what did he tell him? What did he tell him in Genesis 12 and verse 1? That's where he gave him the command to get up. Get up and go, right? I'll read it. Now the Lord said unto Abraham, get thee out of thy country, from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. Think about that. He hadn't even showed him where he was going to go yet. He just said, get up and go. Go this way. Go that way. Go west. Right? I will make thee a great nation. I will bless thee. So the Most High was already throwing out promises. But then now when you read on, I believe it's in chapter 14. He said, or 15, but he asked him, he said, what will I get if I follow you? He was qualified in asking that because he was already in the habit of following. Where a lot of us haven't fulfilled the first thing yet to be able to say, man, well, what am I going to get? Well, do you believe? Do you believe? Do you got faith? Is the Most High going to lead you to your destruction? Does he lead any man to destruction? Remember, Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter. Look at the men of the past. Has any that called in the name of the Lord forsaken? No, they weren't. They weren't forsaken, so why would he do the same to you? He wouldn't. Not if it's in faith. Not if your mind is on the mind of, let me just move in faith and a pure belief and a pure confidence towards the Most High. I was there. I've been there. And once I sealed my mind in, no, I was on like the Malcolm X, by any means necessary. I'm leaving Colorado. I don't care who dies, and guess what? People die. I don't care who dangles the carrot. The carrots were being dangled, right? There was all types of things that was trying to stop me from following confidently what the Most High wanted me to do. And once I put down in my mind, like, man, what am I going to get from this? I knew what I was going to get. I knew what to expect on the level of brotherhood, sisterhood. I knew what I was going to be able to get and grow from and grow into.
Yeah.
You just don't know when and how fast and how, but you know there's going to be growth. Right? So I had to move in that mind of just straight, pure, unadulterated confidence. Confidence. I couldn't be shook. I couldn't be nervous. I couldn't have one inkling of doubt, because that would have been played upon.
And you know one thing that the doubt does too? It starts as one thing, but it's like, it really is like a
snowball effect?
Like a snowball effect, because it'll come in one form, and the way Satan plays with your mind is he'll start just bringing a whole bunch of other stuff. So you won't look at the positivity that's there. You just start looking at all the negative, and you'll just start thinking of,
your mind catapults you into doubt. Starts with an inkling, a thought, and then it catapults you all the way into, now you can't move. Now you can't this because of this, and this because of this.
You start coming up with all these different reasons.
Yeah. Instead of just do the will.
Yeah.
Do what's in you willingly to do. Do the good in you. That's where we mess up too. Just even forget about moving and doing all that. Just even doing things willingly, the good things willingly in us. Little doubt creeps in, like, oh, why am I going to do that? Why am I going to do that for? What's going to be the benefit to me? Well, try it out first. Try doing the good in you first, and see what benefit it is to you. But that's what Abraham was on. He was on, let me do the good in me. And it said it was his obedience, right? His faith was counted as righteousness, right? Not saying that he had a law. He had the law. He had all that. We know he had the law. He was building altars and paying tithes. But if it was about the law, then would Abraham really be qualified is the question. What was really in him to make the law so where the law, because even in him the law was exemplified, right? You can say, wow, this man was a law-abiding citizen, right? This man was a law-abiding citizen. But where in the law does it say get up from your land and go somewhere else? It don't, right? So he could have easily said, well, that ain't in the law. that ain't book, right?
Well, that ain't the will of the Most High.
That ain't what the will of the Most High is. He could have easily came up with those doubts and misconceptions. But what did he do? He understood, wait a minute. Spirit is commanding me. Most High is commanding me. Let me move with that. Let me move with that good. So, there's a lot of brothers and sisters that they doubt their calling. You doubt the good in you, and you don't go with that good, man. And what happens is you're showing that you're casting away that confidence that you should always ultimately have. It's not in me. It's not in him. It's not in him.
It's not even in yourself.
It's not even in yourself. Yeah, it's the confidence in the Most High that, wait a minute, the Most High is true. Thus saith that the Most High's word is pure, it's true, it's holy, it's just. And the Most High ain't never ever led a man astray. He ain't never led a woman astray. He's always been there for the ones that, read it one more time.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 36.
Right?
For you have need of
The
patience.
ones that have stayed patient, he's there for them. The ones that have stayed patient and diligent and consistent. The patience, man, is very important. A lot of us get impatient. Like, man, what is it going to be for me? What is it going to be for me? Man, I ain't seeing nothing from it. I'm good. But, you know, I can point out now, like, certain brothers, like Bakar Gabar out there in Yonkers. I'll point him out. Why? Because he's remained patient. How long has it been he's been watching us online?
Like 3 years?
3 years being patient and, you know, and letting the Spirit guide situations and not taking it upon himself to be impatient and say, well, yeah, I learned enough online. I'm good now. I'm good now. I learned enough. I'm good. Yeah, I got it. But the patience to be able to sit back and say, you know what, there's got to be more to be added to me. I did this process of being online this amount of time, but now patience is showing me that what? There's something else that needs to be added to me. How am I going to get it? How am I going to get the other things, the small little gifts? How am I going to get those things? Well, we know online only does so much. Right? We know even just class. I always say class is a formality. It's a formal thing. We do it. We do it Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Monday, we do it every day, 7 days a week, except for Sunday, right?
Yeah.
But there's things outside of 6 days a week. But there's so many things to be learned outside of class. Like what? How to apply the things you learned in class. That's what outside of class is for, to apply the things you learned in class. We're not applying anything here. We're learning. We're gaining the things to apply. But how do I see where to apply? And yes, there are instances where we're us as teachers, and y'all too, y'all have to apply certain things. Y'all got to apply order, discipline, humility, but so do we. Y'all got to raise y'all's hands. Can't talk over the teacher. We got to not talk over you, not argue, show humility, show, correcting in the spirit of meekness, but also patience, long suffering, right? So there's things that, yes, we do have to apply. But you get a lot more of that outside of the formal things that we do. You know, so the patience is so important. Remember, he said, patience possess your souls. He said that you be patient, whole, wanting nothing. Why? Because patience is going to reveal things. The more patient you are, the more it's going to show you where you're at in life, what you need to be added to you, what you need to take away. The haste, we move in haste, what do we always do? Man, I wish I could take that back. I wish I could take that back. Damn, shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? We become shoulda-lights, coulda-lights, woulda-lights, right? We want to be patient, man. Patient, that way when we go through our trials, we go through our battles, we could always come back and re-examine and say, you know what? I waited on the Lord. I waited on counsel. I waited on communication. I put it all on. Think about when you could wholeheartedly say, even when you go through a trial, a battle, and you come out a little bruised and battered. It's something to be said, well, I came out a little bit bruised and battered, but I went through all the steps. I communicated. Instead of I'm going through what I'm going through and I run away from the strength of the brothers and sisters in the camp, I ran to the strength. Right? I counseled about what I was going on. I got different experiences. I got the scriptural weaponry. I got all the Bible verses I needed. Right? Because we all come out scratched and bruised from our battles, man. There's little reminders, little scratches and bumps and little scars to remind you of that battle. I remember that one time. But you remember that one time what? That I used all my tools that the Most High afforded me, and I was able to walk out that battle. Yeah, I might have a little cut on the forearm, or I might have a bruise because I was blocking Satan's damn blows, and he was hitting so hard, it left a bruise on my arm. I was holding that shield up and bing! man, black and blue. I'll take that over missing a whole limb or my head rolling through the streets. Right? So the patience, man, of knowing how to defend yourself, knowing when to be on the offensive, when to be on the defensive, when to strike, when to block, when to throw a punch. All these different things is very important. Patience. Go ahead.
For you have need of patience.
Right.
That after you have done the will of the Most High.
Right.
You
now,
might.
Remember, the will of the Most High is not for us to be destroyed. I know the thoughts that I have towards you, thoughts of evil, thoughts of peace and not of evil. The will of the Most High is not for us to be damaged. The will of the Most High is for what? All Israel to be saved. The will of the Most High is for you to come out of your battles, come out of this world pure, refined, a different man, a different woman. But we have to do our part. The will is already set. The will is already set, right? 2/3 is going to be wiped out. 1/3 is going to be saved in the last day. So that's the will of the Most High, 1/3. Now, who that 1/3 is up to us. The 144,000, the number is set. Right? That's why you read in Revelations, it said a multitude that cannot be numbered. Who are them? Those are the ones that came out, washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. They lived that life. Right? But we dictate who we are in that scheme of things. The scheme is set. Who are you going to be in the scheme? I always say it. Did Judas have to be Judas? Did Peter have to be Peter? Peter could have been Judas and Judas could have been Peter. You see that? So it's really showing what it's up to us, man. It's up to us to make the right moves in patience. Not expecting what to get back, but knowing that, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be performing the will of the Most High regardless of what I get. But then, think about it. The Most High is not unfaithful to forget your, unrighteous to forget your labor and love and the works you do in His name. So what's that telling you? You're going to get a payment. You're going to get something. He talks about a man working and not working for free. The husbandman must be the first partaker, right? Muzzle not the ox that treaded out the corn. So if you put in some work, you're going to get something out of it. The Most High is not unjust. Oh, get to work. And you're just going to be the slave of the Most High? Nah, it don't work like that. You are going to get something. You are going to get what you need and what you deserve. So we got to get our minds straight when it comes to the things that we are supposed to be doing first. We just got to do them, man. And the payment and the recompense, that'll come. That'll be there. It'll be there. Everything will be, like he says, you'll get all things sufficient to abound for what, though? All things are going to be sufficient for you to do what? Who knows the scripture? He said he'll make all things sufficient and abound for you to be able to keep doing his works. For you to keep doing his will. It's in Corinthians. You looking? You want it? You want the scripture? You want it?
You want to find it?
First Corinthians.
It's man, you don't remember. Come on. It's is it Corinthians? It's damn. No. Wow. Let's get it real quick. Yeah, 2 Corinthians 9. 2 Corinthians 9 and 8.
2 Corinthians chapter 9 and verse 8.
No. Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, read.
And the Most High is able to make all grace abound toward you.
Right. So the Most High is able to make all grace abound towards you. Why? Read.
that ye always having all sufficiency
Right?
in all
See,
things.
he'll make sure that you have sufficiency in all things, but what is that contingent on? What is it contingent on? Like, oh, I got to be sufficient in my own thing? And that's why we lack, because we forget that the sufficiency was to be able to be dispersed for something. Read.
Having sufficiency, always having sufficiency in all things.
Come on.
May abound to every good work.
May abound to what?
Every good work.
Yeah, the abounding, we're supposed to be abounding, and he gives us the sufficiency to abound to his will. So after you do the will of the Most High, you might receive the promise. Right? But you will get it if you're doing the will. What, huh? Where we at? Tell them.
2 Corinthians chapter 9 and verse 8.
Right. Jump back to Hebrews 10 to finish that, and then go back to Isaiah.
Hebrews chapter 10 verse 36.
Right?
For ye have need of patience.
Right?
That after you have done the will of the Most High,
Right?
ye might receive the promise.
Right?
For yet a little while, and he that cometh will come.
Right.
And
Yeah.
will not and will not tarry.
Right, and that's the reminder. You keep doing the will, the promises are going to happen whether or not you do the will or not. But in a little while, he that's going to come is going to come. And what side are we going to stand on? Are we going to be the woulda, shoulda, coulda lights? Or are we going to be the ones that are doing? Blessed is the man that is found doing. Right? That's what the Bible says, right? Blessed is that man when the husbandman, the master come and find that servant so doing. What will you be doing? That's the question. So, again, not trying to put nobody on blast, nothing like that. Just, I sympathize and empathize with brothers and sisters that have to make these decisions. Of which way to go. Do I do the Abraham or do I do the Jonah?
Point.
Oh man, do I do the Abraham or do I do the Jonah? Right? And then still end up having to do what the Most High wants anyway. So, I empathize, I sympathize because I was in the same boat. And I'm just trying to show y'all what secured my mind and what sealed my mind in making certain moves. Because it's just not enough to say, well, just have faith. Yeah, yeah, you're supposed to have faith, but there got to be a lot of things coupled in it. And once you have that mind sealed and set, even in that, the Most High, he'll start making it. I believe he even said it to Abraham. He said, if you follow me, I'll make the path clear, basically. I'm paraphrasing it. But that's what he'll do for us, man. In all decisions, we seal our mind according to what he wants, and you see how easy things start to come.
Yeah.
Just for that will to be fulfilled. Next thing you know, you're like, dang, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing that. But yeah, you gave up the things that were holding you back, and you just gave in to the will. So,
Also, one thing to remember too. Whenever you read the scriptures and you read about these great men, right? They weren't. I hate using this term, but they weren't bums. You know what I'm saying? They all had something to lose. They all had something to give up.
Yep.
They all had comfortability.
Yep.
Yahushua was rich, but for our sakes became poor.
Moses.
You know what I'm saying? The 12 disciples. You had Moses that was pretty much the
damn heir to the throne.
Heir to the throne.
Basically, yeah.
You had Abraham. When he left Mesopotamia, he had his family. He was rich to go into a land of Canaan. And you got to remember, the land of Canaan was flourishing. But the Canaanites were disgusting. So you left your civilized place to go to this. Most High tell you to go to this disgusting place, and inhabited by the Canaanites. You're like, what? But he did it. You look at the 12 disciples. Drop what you have and follow me. When you look at Elijah when he went to Elisha, it said Elisha was plowing with how many oxen?
He had 12 yoke, meaning he had 12 oxen moving around. He had 2 yoke, A yoke is 2, but you
Yeah.
have 12 yoke going. Yeah.
So he had, what is that? What does that let you know?
Was it 24 oxen?
What does that let you know about Elisha?
He had dough.
If he had 24 oxen, how much land was that?
Yeah.
How much land? So it wasn't like he was
He wasn't
plowing like a
alone.
little acre or 2.
Yeah.
He had land. He had something to lose. He had sacrifice. But I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with y'all. That's where the separation is gonna be. Is, are you willing to sacrifice to take that next step, or are you not? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's real. That's what it's about. We read about Abraham. We're reading about Abraham right now. What is Abraham known for? Abraham is known for being willing to sacrifice his son. What is the Most High known for? The Most High was known for sacrificing his only begotten son, Yahushai. So, you have to see. There's no way around it. It's either you put yourself on the line to do what everybody that you see that's teaching the word has done, or the brothers that you read about in the scriptures have done, or you don't. And then you gotta feel the recompense for that. It's not it.
You know, what's that? Tell him to read louder, please. Stop using that song. Yeah, you got to read a little bit louder. Go to, the crazy part, even with Abraham, when he asked the Lord, "What would you give me?" Yeah, I think it's.
Nah.
You talking about?
Me?
You said read loud. Oh no.
No.
Oh, I got a text. But even with Abraham, when he asked the Most High, "What would you give me?" You know what he was asking? He was asking the Most High, "What are you gonna give me? I have no heirs to hand it down to." An heir. Remember, he had no son, so he's like, "Well, what you gonna give me? I ain't got no heir to even hand it down to." So even in that, where was Abraham's mind at? Where was his mind at? Was his mind on himself? Like, what am I gonna get from me?
No, he was on
It's like
generations.
his mind was on, wait, I got nobody to hand this down to anyway. What you gonna give me? I can't hand nothing down. Remember, he already had riches. He already had money. Right? So he wasn't lacking those things. He was basically like, listen, I have nothing, I have nobody to hand down anything you give me anyway. The only heir I have is what? The servant, Eleazar. Right? Eleazar of Damascus. That was who was going to inherit whatever he had. So it's cold because Abraham wouldn't even ask him to be like, listen, man, if I do this, what am I going to get, yo? He was like, bro, man, whatever you give me anyway, I have nobody to hand it down to. No one of my line, no one of my seed. Oh, you know what? I'm going to take care of that for you. Good question. Look, good point. I'm going to give you a seed. I'm going to give you all things sufficient for all good works.
Okay.
It's crazy. So we got to, I'm bringing these things out because we got to put, it's supposed to help us to put our life in perspective, man. And to really put our life compared to what the Bible says in perspective, and are we moving in accordance? That's all it is. It's not taking away the fact that you have to provide for your family. But let's be real. Who provides for your family? The Most High does. There's nothing that you can do. There's nothing that you can do. If he wants to shut down, listen, if he wanted to shut you out of Esau's land, out of Esau's working world, he'll do it. If you want to blackball you up there in the heavens, no, blackball him. He ain't getting no job. He ain't getting no rib. He ain't getting no job. He ain't getting no blessing. Listen, I know brothers. I know men. I know men that have been in the truth that stopped doing the will, and the Most High has spiritually blackballed them. They can't get no job nowhere. They can't get no rib nowhere. They can't get any of the things we look at as just amenities. They can't get it.
Yeah.
He did something up here to them. Now they can't function. But they did something up here to themselves. Now they can't function. So it's the Most High that can cut off that rain, man.
That's true.
He'll shut up that ceiling and shut up that ground, and next thing you know, you're in a box. Nothing's gonna grow. No rain's gonna come down. No blessings, is what it's saying. So we got to get out of our mind that it's on us. There is no might in your hand. You know why? Because you get weak and weary and faint. And who's going to be there to charge you up?
Con.
You got to run back to the Spirit.
Con.
You got to run back to the Word, to the wisdom to get that recharge. So how can a person that gets faint and weary even have the capacity in your mind to say, I did this? I'm blessing me. Hell nah. Most High is blessing you. How much more the blessing? How much more the blessing? Think about it. Think about how much. Just think about the struggle mentally that you have to put yourself through, that we have to put ourselves through. And I'm speaking because I've been there. Mm-hmm. That we have to put ourselves through just to attain mediocre status in this world.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
we're still mediocre. Even with the wisdom, we're still mediocre in this world, according to the standard of the world. But I'll take that. You know why? Because the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding, it's allowed me to put my mind in such of a place where what's mediocre to the world, to me, I can always recognize and say, you know what? That's what the Most High intended for me. I don't care what it is. The Most High gave me that. The Most High did that. The Most High did this. The Most High allowed me to be able to do this and do that. And guess what? I don't have to die to get it. I don't have to kill myself mentally or physically to get anything that we have. You know, even to get the knowledge. Yes, it says much study is a weariness of the flesh. But it's actually a joy. It's actually a joy. Remember when you had to go to high school and you had to study, or college and you had to study, and you were like, God damn. And you killing yourself, and then all for a little whack piece of paper? That's just, it might as well just said, I did it. Right? You can't even use that paper now.
You got to pay for that paper too.
And then you have to pay them to teach you. Yeah, it's like, we just got to see, man, that the Most High, He gives us so much more. Just if we agree that, look, let me just follow you. He makes things. I tell you, man, in the 6 years I've been here, this is the easiest part of my life ever. I lived a hard life, very hard. And guess what? Even when I was in my 30s, like lower 30s and 20s, I could name off, all the cars I drove and had, and money I had. Jobs paying me, man. I'll tell you about one paycheck, $7,000 in 2 weeks. Legit money. That's one paycheck. I worked at that job for 3 years. Right? I can name off all that stuff. Trips over here, and it's funny, I was talking to the brother, and I was just like, man, I'm not glorifying this, but I remember back in the day I flew from Denver to Cali, Cali to Florida, Florida to New York, New York back to Denver in 4 days. I don't even remember it. I just did it just to do it. I did it because I had the money to blow. Think about it. A trip from Denver to Cali, that's a good 300. A trip from Cali to the East Coast, it's not cheap. It wasn't cheap. This is fuel was at its all-time high. But I had the dough to do it. But I'm not glorifying it. I'm just showing that in the past life that we lived, we just did things just to do it. Where now, if I'm taking a trip anywhere, it's for a purpose. It's for the will. If I go to the East Coast, best believe I'm going to link up with brothers. If I'm going anywhere, it's for the nation. It's for brothers. It's for not the benefit of just saying, "Oh, I did that. I was a jet setter," right? I was dipping from airport to airport, checked in, boom. You did some things just for the check-in, right? To say you did it, and the Most High, the will of the Most High, gives you so much more than just, "Oh, I did that." It gives you the purpose behind that.
Yeah.
And He makes it so much easier. You know how hard I had to work to get that money to be able to do that? I had to kill myself. I think I remember that time, man. I think I worked 40 hours in the week, but then I did like another 60 hours of OT. And I was doing that for like weeks straight. Because they were giving it, and I was like, no, I'm going to sleep at the job. was sleeping at the job,
Oh,
literally.
yeah.
I worked at nights. I go there during the day for the OT. I'd be sleep at the job, man. All to do what? To say I did something? But guess what? I travel in the truth. It's actually easier, too. It's easier to travel in the truth. Because now you ain't got to try to fit in some schedule with work. It's all part of the work. That's what makes it easy. I don't have to worry about like, dang, man, this vacation's about to get cut short. Because it ain't all about the vacation part, right? We went to VA the last time. That was a work, vacation, holiday, work, right? We worked and played all in the same day.
We did.
You wake up, class, feast day. We street speak, feast day. The drive back, that was the worst part of the whole trip.
The drive
But
back.
the counsel didn't stop. The knowledge didn't stop. The wisdom didn't stop. The will of the Most High didn't stop because we left out of Houston. You see what I'm saying? So just a reminder, man. Just a little insight into just the way I think about things and the way we think about things and what the Bible is telling us.
Yeah.
Make life easy. You know, what's America's slogan? Make America great again. Listen, man, make life easy again. And this is the way to do it, man. Finish that and let's jump back.
Verse 38. Now the just shall live by faith.
He what?
Now the just shall live by faith.
Man, there's nothing else. There's nothing else to live by. The just shall live by his faith. Go ahead.
But if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him.
Yeah, man. And, you know, just a reminder that if you do have your mind set on, making a change in your life, don't draw back from that. Keep forward with that first thought. Keep the apple of your eye. Keep forward. Keep pushing forward, because once you let a little doubt creep in and draw you back from your purpose, draw you back from the work, the Most High said, it says that he won't have no pleasure in you, and he's going to make life a lot harder for you. You'll be right back in the hamster wheel fighting for scraps. That's all Israel is out there in the world doing. We fighting for scraps, man. Our people ain't rich, bro. We've been doing all these get-rich-quick schemes, robbing each other, robbing banks, stock market, this, that, CEO, ball players. Think about it. We ain't even rich. Think about how many millionaires we got, and we ain't rich.
You know, I'm reading. I just got done reading the book of Joshua, and in Joshua, it goes into the dividing of the lands that we were getting. Right when we finally left Egypt and we marched, and we were finally able to enter into our land, it goes into the dividing of our land, and what tribe got what tribe got what part. And I was thinking while I was reading all that, I was like, golly, bro, like how much did we fall to where we feel like a $20 an hour or a $30 an hour or a $40 an hour job is us making it. It's worth our spirit. It's worth our soul. I was really thinking that because I'm sitting here reading and I'm like,
and we barely even getting that. The most of us is working for $10.
But that's why I named those high.
I know.
That's why I named it. I named it on purpose, because it's like if you're making 40 or 50 an hour, you're like, oh my God, I'm making a lot of dough. But
you're not even making white man money.
But really, man, we've been so beat down and mentally, we're so gone that we don't even know what it is to be rich.
Yeah.
We don't even know what it is to really be living.
Well,
we look at the life that America gives. You walk out right now, temperature is nice and sunny, and if you have a nice house and the grass is cut, you still don't even know what it's like to be rich. If we were ruling, the worst of our servants wouldn't even live like that. The worst of our servants wouldn't even be living like that, man. So that's what we're fighting for. But
think about it. It says in the kingdom, the least man shall be as David. Put that into perspective with today. The least man shall be as David.
Weak and feeble.
So think about that. Think about David. What type of man he was, what type of money he had, and now compare it to today's everyday existence. I mean, come on, man. There's so much more to be had. There's so much more to be had to fight for, and we can't waste our time trying to attain scraps. We fight for scraps in America, man. We dying over scraps in America. America's making sure we at the bottom of the barrel. If you have to compare it to something, you fighting for chitlins. You fighting for pig feet. That's what they gave you in slavery, the scraps of the pig. So you fighting for something that's crappy anyway, but then they give you the crappiest part of the crap.
Right.
I mean, you gotta think about it.
Yeah,
So we definitely gotta fight for something. We definitely gotta be looking at, man, what is there to be fighting for more?
And you know, and what we read too when with Abraham asked the Most High for a blessing. I mean, the Most High told Abraham what he was going to give him, right? And Abraham was like, "I have no seed to give it to," and that's where our mindset has to be. Is like we do this for the generations to come, for our kids. That's being defeated in this messed up world. You know what I'm saying? Our kids that have to grow up in this messed up world. That's why we go out and we fight and we sacrifice this for this next generation to come. Just like Abraham, when the Most High told Abraham was like, "I have no seed. I have nothing to give it to." That's where our mindset should be. Is this is why we do it? We do it for the generations to come, so that they don't have to go through what you have to go through. So that you're come on, man. Y'all see the world. Y'all see it, man. Listen, I had a Thursday, I had a conversation with a brother right here, sitting where I'm on sitting. And this brother, he told me that his cousin that he grew up with is a man, right? He's 24 years old. He's on Bissonnette prostituting himself. Just think about that. This is a 24-year-old boy that's smart as hell. His parents got dough in California, and he's in Houston to do college, to do school, right? And he doesn't want to depend on his parents. But his mind is book smart. He's very book smart, but his mind is so messed up.
He's like every stripper going to nursing school?
That pretty much, that's real. But his mind is so messed up that he's on Bissonnette prostituting as a 24-year-old boy. His parents in California don't even know that he's out here doing that. So, how far gone is his mind?
He'll probably die before he even gets to graduate college, or catch something that's going. He go to college, he'll probably die of some disease before he graduates. Think about that. You see the backwardsness of our people. It's I mean, man, if I tell you the conversation I had to have with my son the other day about molestation, 7 years old. And I had to have that conversation with him because I don't remember anybody ever having that conversation with me. I don't remember anybody ever sitting me down and talking about people touching on you and this and that and that.
They didn't do it in your school?
Bro, I don't remember. I'm not saying it never happened.
Oh.
I'm saying I don't remember. And I know it didn't happen for my family. Because my family, they're real shrewd when it comes to certain things, certain topics. They're real like, I ain't talking about that. Nobody sat me down and taught me about marriage and women and this, that. I had to learn the hard way. But then, going back to what they said about Abraham, what the scripture said about the inheritance and handing it down. What was he trying to hand down? Was it his camels? It was his wisdom. It wasn't his camels. He was like, wait a minute, there's no one in my line like how I came from a line to give this wisdom to keep that line going. It was wisdom. Let me do to someone else that was done to me. Terah sat Abraham down. Look, read this. Let me talk to you about this. Well, not read this, but let me talk to you about this. That's what we should be looking to do. Dealing with our sons and our daughters in a way that we weren't dealt with. That's another part of it where who's looking? Somebody said it online. Dawiyad said it to Bakar. You got 3 priests coming up under you. Hell yeah. You got 3 young sons coming up under him, following him. I mean, the thought would be, I know for me, I want to give my son the best education, the best chance
Make it.
my sons the best chance to be what the Most High intend for me and them. So
Con.
let's jump back, man. Again, this was just a thought in my head. There's not no shot at nobody or anything. It's just, hey, this is how I had to conquer. This is how I had to conquer that mind, man, and I don't regret it. The greatest thing I ever did. The greatest thing I ever did in my life. So, yeah.
When you say that, it makes me think about, how it says the angel will bear thee up, so that thy foot won't be dashed against a stone.
You start dash against the foot against a stone, the angel start bearing you up. Yep.
Yeah, that don't just have to actually mean falling and hitting some actual rocks.
Nope.
It's taking that step of faith in the will of the Most High, Bahasham Yahushua HaMashiach, that me doing this and going in faith according to the will of the Most High, that he's gonna make sure that my life isn't destroyed.
It's preserved, yeah.
It's preserved. Lest I put that, my whole life isn't gonna come crashing down. It's not gonna all be destroyed, not be wiped out because I chose to trust in the Most High and follow what the Scripture says. Do it all, like the Scripture say in Ecclesiasticus 2. Look at the generations of old, doing what the generations of old did, following the example of Yahushua, and then even doing the example of the men and women that are right before your face in this generation. You don't have to look back that far. Like Father Zop is saying, he's giving his account of what he did.
And everybody's account ain't gonna be my account. That's the one thing I want to say, that everybody's, even though I went through my experiences, it's not gonna be the same for everybody. I want to make that clear, but I can only say, listen, it was the sole greatest decision that I've ever made. You know what I mean? To say, you know what? Let me just give up all this nonsense. Let me sacrifice what I think is the right way and just do it a different way. So, yeah.
It's in the pudding.
Let's jump back, man.
Left off Isaiah 40 and 30, right? Yes, sir.
Isaiah chapter 40, verse 30. Even the youths shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength.
They that what?
They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength.
Yeah, man. Patience again. Patience possessing your souls. This is how you get that strength and that renewing. Just wait on the Most High. Go ahead.
They shall mount up the wings as eagles.
Right?
They shall run and not be weary.
Right?
And they shall walk and not faint.
Yeah, but think about how much we faint in the world.
Yeah.
Think about how much we faint going off of our own motives.
Con.
Think about all our failures, man. All our failures we failed because of our own selves. We failed because the purpose behind what we were doing wasn't the right purpose. So, just putting things in perspective. Go ahead.
Chapter 41. Keep silence before me,
Mm-hmm.
O islands, and let the people renew their strength. Let them come near.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Then let the who.
Where you at?
Verse 1.
And let them come near together in judgment?
Then let them speak.
Then let them speak. Let us come near together to judgment.
Right.
Who raised up the righteous man from the east, called him over kings. He gave them as the dust to his sword,
Whew.
and as driven stubble to his bow.
Whew, think about that. Because who did he go out and fight? Who did Abraham go out and fight? Did he not fight kings? When he was getting those people from, helping out Sodom and Gomorrah?
Con.
He was fighting kings, man. He said he gave them as dust to his sword. Dang. And as driven stubble to his bow. Ugh. And it's like, well, who's Abraham? Well, he was just a man that got up and followed. He was just a man that just said Khan and went. That's all he was. Like, he wasn't a king. He wasn't a ruler. He wasn't some super mighty man, but he got that might. He got that strength through his obedience. That's what it's showing you here.
Gun.
Who raised up the righteous man from the east? Abraham was really nobody from nobody. He was a righteous man, but what made him righteous? It said his faith was accounted for righteousness.
Gun.
Go ahead. Ugh.
He pursued them and passed safely.
He did what? He did what safely?
And passed safely.
And a lot of the times when we got to make these decisions, we worry too much about our safety. Where's my safety net? Where's my safety net at?
Gun.
Well, the safety net is the Most High. That's the safety net. That's what you have to believe, that the Most High is not calling me just so I can fall. It ain't like because then you start going into the Korah and Dathan. What? Moses, you call us out into the wilderness to become prey for the beast? You call us out here to thirst and to hunger? Hell nah. The Most High is not calling you to thirst and hunger and die. He's actually calling you to life. But see, it's the way we look at things and the way we let things go through our mind and filter. If we're not looking at things in the right mind and understand what is the will of the Most High, is it to destroy man? Well, if it was, he wouldn't give us his son. He wouldn't give us the law. He wouldn't preserve this knowledge. We wouldn't be sitting here today if that was the case. We would have all died in Moses' time. He said, I'll raise up rocks to worship me. Right? So that's not the will of the Most High, to destroy you, or even to keep you down, or even to make you poor. And I know it feels like that sometimes, man. Like you walk in this walk, and it's just like, dang, I can't catch a break. Why is it so hard? Why is it so rough? I know the feelings. Why is it so hard? How come I can't get ahead? I'm trying, right? But you always got to keep in your mind, wait a minute. Keep pushing, keep trying, keep being motivated, keep renewing your strength. Most High will make it happen for you. Go ahead, read.
Even by the way that he had not gone with his feet, who hath wrought and done it, calling the generations from the beginning.
See that? Who had wrought and done it, calling the generations from the beginning. He's been calling, man. From the very beginning, this has been synonymous with the Most High. I'm calling for you to come. I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you how to live. Go ahead.
I, the Lord, the first and with the last. I am he.
Mm-hmm.
The isles saw it and feared. The ends of the earth were afraid, drew near and came.
But what's up with Israel? What's up with us where we don't fear enough to say, man, let me just do? We don't fear enough to come. We're reserved. We're drawn back. We're withdrawn. Well, you got to check that rebellion in you. You got to check that fear in you. You got to check that pride in you. Why is it so hard for us to come full circle with the Most High? It's us, man. We're the reason. We're the reason that we can't come full circle fast enough. You would think in these times that we'd all just, man, put down everything and just say, man, let's call up on the Most High with one consent, with one mind, with one voice. But some want to call on the Lord, some want to call on Yahweh, some want to call on Ahia, some want to call on Allah, and some just want to call on baby Jesus.
And some want to call their own.
And then some want to just call spirits. Yeah, some just want to call their own way and make up crap. But you would think in these times that we would see it, but it ain't our time. Obviously, it ain't the time. But each individual is supposed to be looking and saying, man, what am I doing? Yeah. Am I drawing near? It said, draw near and the Most High will draw near to you.
Yeah.
It's not the opposite way around. Like the Lord's supposed to draw near to me and then I'm going to walk up and see what's up. Let me vet the Lord. What the hell? It does say, taste and see that the Lord is good. You ain't got to prove the Most High. He's already been proven that what? He'll bless you and he'll spank you all in one shot. He'll be there for you through your ups, through your downs. It ain't his ups and his downs. It's our ups and downs. He's there for us. It ain't the opposite way around, so we can't prove him in that way. Like, man, I got to make sure that he's for me. What? He's been for you. He's given us this knowledge. What more does he need to prove? Now he's going to prove you by the word. Prove us worthy. That's how it works. Cleave unto him, and he shall cleave unto us. Cleave unto him and depart not away. That's the mind that we got to have. Read on.
Verse 6.
Gone.
They helped everyone his neighbor, and everyone said to his brother, be of good courage.
Be of what?
Be of good courage.
See how that courage comes into play, that faith?
Gone.
Read.
So the carpenter encouraged the goldsmith, and he that smootheth with the hammer, him that smote the anvil, saying, it is ready for the soldering.
It's ready for the soldering, yep.
For the soldering, and he fastened it with nails, that it should not be moved.
Mm-hmm.
But thou, Israel, art my servant,
Mm-hmm.
Jacob whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham my friend. Thou, whom I have taken from the ends of the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, thou art my servant, I have chosen thee, and not cast thee away. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for
Yeah,
I am thy God.
I'm with you, man. That's what he's telling us. I'm with you. I'm going to make safe passage. Whatever you need to do, and it's according to my will, I'm going to make it happen for you. It may not go according to 100% your plan, but thy will be done. Read.
Yes, sir.
I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness.
Mm-hmm.
Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish.
Just like Abraham said, they were like dust to his sword. That is just, ugh.
That's cold.
Oh my gosh.
You know, y'all got to see why the scriptures say to fear the Most High, man. Do y'all see how he talks?
He said they were like dust
Are you dust to my sword?
to the
What?
sword.
That's how you know. That's how you know. That's how you know the Israelites again, or the blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans. Because when we start talking about death, or when we start throwing out threatenings, we throw it out in the same kind of way. Like, bruh,
That's your ass.
like that's how you know. But
Yeah.
but who we get that from?
Most High. We get
Got
it
that from the
Pablo.
Most High. Like, well, y'all have to see, man. That fear of the Most High is real. It's
Yeah.
real. Like, you dust to my sword. What? Who thinks of that?
Your nothingness. You're nothing, man.
Ain't nothing to a sword.
Yeah. That's. Finish it up.
Gone.
Thou shalt seek them, and shalt not find them. Even them that contended with thee, they that war against thee shall be as nothing, and as a thing of naught.
And really, think about it now. What is the war?
Our minds.
Our own minds. The old man versus the new man. But he said, I'll uphold you with what? What do you uphold the new man with? Well, he said, I'll uphold you. Yes, scriptures, he said, I'll do it with my righteousness. The old man is upholding with righteousness. The new man is simultaneously being cast down. But even in that fear of, can I really change? Can I really be something different? A lot of y'all fear that. A lot of us fear change. And we fear that it's not the change also, it's the fear of failure.
Yeah.
Listen, the failure is not trying. The failure is trying and not getting up. That's the failure. The failure is not, oh, I'm trying and I fall and I get back up and keep going. That's not a failure. Think about it. all your great so-called inventors, right? Are they failures? No, they're not. You know why? They don't talk about the times they messed up. They talk about the invention that came forth. So you're not nobody's talking about the failure. When they talked about Thomas Edison, I don't even know who invented what anymore. I threw that all out of my mind. Right? I threw all that out of my mind. Who invented what? But all those black inventors that invented everything, from the broom to the stoplight, did they get it on the first try? Was the broom what it was now? Hell no, it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. It took trial and error. But the failure would have been to what? Not try at all.
That's the real failure. Yeah.
Or to fail one time and say, man, I'm good. I'm done.
You know, perfect example of it is the talents. We were all given talents, right?
Yeah.
When you look at that parable, you had some that only multiplied the talent by one.
By one, yeah.
You had some that multiplied the talent by 10, by 5.
Yeah.
But even that person that multiplied it by 1, he still got a blessing. Who's the one that didn't get anything, but got taken from? Not only did he not get anything, but he got it taken from him. What he had was taken.
Yeah.
I was the one that didn't even.
And given to the ones that was really going to use it.
Yeah, I was the one that didn't even try. He just buried it.
Yeah. Yeah, he flipped it according to what he had, not what he didn't have. That's the thing. Use what you have.
Yeah.
Right? So go ahead, finish that up.
Verse 13. For I, the Lord thy God, will hold thy right hand, saying unto thee, Fear not, I will help thee. Fear not, thou worm Jacob.
Thou worm Jacob. It's like when you're walking with your little baby. Anybody in here most of us in here got children. You remember, can you go back in your memory banks to your child's first steps?
I sure can.
And you grabbed their little right hand and you just said, nah, come on. They fell,
So like
they
3 months
cried.
ago.
You picked them up, you held them by the hand. You said, nah, come on, you got it. I got you. I'm with you. Come on, I got you. Come on. And they did it. And now they're running around, they're running away from you. They're running away from you. They're like, I don't want to be by you. But think about it, man. When you have to show your child how to walk, I got you. I'm going to hold your hand. Or you have to walk them through the first day of school. And you have to walk them up to that building and say, no, it's going to be okay. Or whatever little thing you have to go through. It's the same thing with the Most High and us, man. He's going to walk us literally through whatever it is we got to deal with. The beautiful thing is, it's not just you by yourself. All of us are trying to walk the same walk. All of us are trying to get somebody to hold our hand. I'm trying to hold the Most High's hand. I know I can't walk it on myself. I need to hold that hand, right? Because that's the guidance. Go ahead. I like what Song said. The master has failed more times than the beginner. That's right on point.
It is.
How do you become a master? Well, failure. And when I say failure, meaning I kept trying, but I kept trying. If I got to keep trying, that means I didn't get it right on the first try. Go ahead.
And ye men of Israel, I will help thee, saith the Lord.
Right.
And thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. Behold, I will make thee a new sharp threshing instrument having teeth.
Right. Can I be changed? And that's the thing. Wait. So I'm gonna go from a dull butter knife to a sharp threshing instrument
With teeth.
with teeth. So I'm gonna be a fierce instrument of war. Wow. Wait a minute. Nah, not me. I can't do that. I don't believe that. Well, had the Most High said it and not done it?
Huh?
Is he a man that he shall rely or repent? The Most High say you can do it. You're going to be able to do it. You just have to put yourself in position to be sharpened. That's it. Put yourself in position right next to the sharpening tool. Read.
Thou shalt thresh the mountains, and beat them small, and shall make the hills as chaff, Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And thou shalt rejoice in the Lord, and shalt glory in the Holy One of Israel.
That's 16, right? All right, we're gonna jump to we're gonna jump to St. John chapter 8 and verse 51. St. John chapter 8 verse 51.
Yeah, man, you gotta. Do you believe, man?
We'll stop.
You gotta believe.
I'm gonna read to verse 58, broski. 51 to 58.
You know, it's like the scriptures say. There's not, the same faith is not in every man, and we know that. Every man, ain't, we ain't all gonna have the same faith and the same conviction and the same belief. So we get that also, but just a little push for those that are teetering on the edge of just trying to make breakthroughs in their life.
You also got Ramiro.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you got Ramiro that's supposed to be coming up.
With Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy and his kids, and Satan is going to try to do the lot and the Sodom and Gomorrah to you, and make you look back and make you wish you didn't leave Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
We all have a Sodom and Gomorrah situation. Meaning what? Not that we're running around being homosexuals, but that there's moral impurities in our life, man, that we're surrounded with. That's why Sodom and Gomorrah was such a great story, because it showed Lot, the one righteous man. It tells you he was a righteous man that hated where he was at. Right? But then when the time came for him to be pulled up out of it, he didn't sit back like, man, well, I got this farm. What about my house?
Yeah.
What about this? What about that? It tells you, he went to his sons-in-laws, and they said they treated him as one that mocked. He was like, well, y'all niggas about to get burnt up. Peace. He grabbed his wife, he grabbed his daughters, the ones that wanted to go. Now imagine if his wife didn't want to go. Got y'all. See, there it is. That's what I was waiting for. She didn't. She didn't want to go. She went half-stepping and got turned into a pillar of salt.
Yes, sir.
What if he was trying to pick up that pillar of salt? No, not my wife. No, man, I got to stay next to her. You became a pillar of salt right with her. No attachments, man. What's that?
What about all of his servants that he had and everybody that was with him at first, with him also?
They burned. Because who went? Him and his two daughters. They burned all his servants, all his cattle, all his carnal possessions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
They burned. What shall a man give for his soul? That's the question.
Because it's either he stayed and he got caught up in it and died with everybody else, the cattle.
Like, let me walk this ass.
You got to remember, the cattle was in Sodom and Gomorrah too.
Yeah.
So you think those men weren't messing with the cattle?
Yeah, they was on the side.
Them cattle was getting defiled. They saw certain things too.
Yeah, man. But imagine if he was trying to hold on to his cattle. Well, I'm about to be broke. Most High made him broke. Broke him down because everything had to be destroyed. And that's the part that we don't want to go through, the breakdown. That was his Ecclesiasticus too. That was Lot's Ecclesiasticus too. You want to be delivered? Okay, well, guess what? You want to be delivered? And that was for his time. You want to be delivered? Well, you got to detach from all these possessions. You might even have to lose a wife. She didn't want to go. I mean, I'll quote it again. What shall a man give in exchange for his soul, man? That's what we all got to wrestle with.
Yeah.
And if you can really sit there and wrestle with that thought, then it's like, okay, now I can see where there is the grogginess. I can see where there is the wrestling back and forth of what should I do.
You know what's crazy? It's funny because we're right here in the St. John chapter 8.
Right.
But I'm going to read it real quick because we're not going to read it during the story.
Right.
During this reading. It's John chapter 8, verse 32. That's how you know it's the Spirit. It says, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." You know, until You know, a lot of times we make it seem like just because you know you're an Israelite, you know you're Judah, Benjamin, Levi, all the way down to Issachar, that you know the truth. I don't mean that you know the truth.
Nope.
Because you got the other scripture in Timothy's that talk about ever learning but never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Yep.
You just learned that you're an Israelite.
Part of the truth.
But
Yeah.
did you ever know the truth? Did you ever come to that knowledge of being in the truth? Ask yourself. You know why that's a question for everyone to ask themselves? Because in the next part of the scripture it says, "And the truth shall make you free." Mm-hmm. Are you free mentally?
Ooh. Yeah.
Are you free mentally? Like, is being in the truth?
That's the question. Like, if you're in the truth and you know Christ is black, are you free?
Like, are you truly free mentally?
Yeah.
Do you still feel weighed down and by? Does the word make you feel weighed down? Do you feel burdened?
Because
do
of
you
because of the decisions that you have to make.
Yeah.
That it's not that the word is burdening us down. It's the decisions that I have to make according to the word.
According to the word, yeah.
You know,
Perfectly said.
yeah. Am I weighed down because of those things? Because really, like me, I'm free. I don't give a damn about nothing.
And
I don't care.
and
I'm
that's
just
what,
like,
that's kind of what the word.
I can put everything in my life in perspective through the wisdom,
Yep.
and I can justify I don't care because of the perspective through the Bible, where I'm just like, okay, cool. You know, think about it. I'll show you something. And it's not that we don't love our children and our wives or anything like that, but think about it. You invest all the time into your children. You can invest all the way up until they're grown men. And what do they have to wrestle with? They got to wrestle with a choice. Do I want to be an Israelite or do I want to be part of the world? So am I going to destroy myself knowing that once I put into something, all of that can be reversed in one thought, in one action? No, I'm going to still invest, but not in the way of now my life is contingent on this. I'm going to always do for my children and teach my children, but I know deep down in the back of my mind that at any time, once they get conscious enough to understand what choices they got to make, they can make the choice to not do what they've been taught. So do I beat myself up? Do I kill myself and destroy myself trying to make my children learn? No, I teach them. Why? Because the thought is at any time they can go the opposite way. It's about how am I attached to things? Does it take away the fact I love my kids and I'll damn near do anything for my kids? Of course not. But you do your part, you do what you can, and you still got to say it's the Most High. It's all in the hands of the Most High. You see what I'm saying? But I believe full-fledged, heartedly, that if I do what I got to do, unless the Most High is trying to put me through some trial, that He'll make my sons do what they're doing. He'll make my sons follow me if I do what I got to do. That's my belief. That's how I believe things. I believe that the Most High is not unjust. If I do what I got to do, bro, I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't even have to sit down and teach my son. Somebody else is going, and he'll learn through the camp. That's how I look at things. As long as I'm on top of my game, my son, no matter who he's with, he'll be learning the right things.
That's right.
But as soon as I fall off, I can kiss that assurity goodbye. I can kiss that goodbye. That's now a 50-50. That's a 25-75. Right now, I feel like I'm at 100-100.
It's like
That's how I feel because of what I'm. And not saying that I'm like some great man and I'm doing some super astonishing, great, unmatched works. Not saying that, but just saying the conviction in me is that if we do towards the Most High, He gonna do towards us, man. You know?
You know how you said it's 50-50?
Yeah.
I want y'all to think about this. Would y'all let Shaq shoot a free throw for your son? But Shaq's field goal free throw percentage is 52%. So when you look at it like that, you're like, man.
I thought it was less than that.
When you look at it like that, you're like, man, I do not want this guy shooting the free throw.
Yeah, where's Steve Nash?
Right?
Where's Jason Kidd? Where's Stockton? These dudes are like 90% from the field goal.
But when you look at it like that, when you think of Shaq going up to the free throw, you're like, damn, is he gonna make it or not? That's how it is.
Yeah.
That's how it is when you don't. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Just going off of what you're saying.
Yeah, man.
Ray Allen was the best.
Ray Allen, right? 95%, something like that, 92%. But you see the point we're trying to make. So, you know, it's another question to pose to yourself. Am I free in the knowledge? Is my mind more free than what it was before I got the Bible? Do I feel more shackled? Well, then you got to work out. The scriptures say, let every man work out his own soul salvation with fear and trembling. You better figure out what it is that's going to get that mind free. Because that's all it's about. What is going to free my mind from the constraints of what I've already dealt with in the world? That's the thing. Because it sucks to be in the world and be a prisoner, then come into the knowledge and be a prisoner to the things that are still in the world. You're going to come here and be a prisoner, but it's a different prison, right? Right. So, you know, those are some just things that we all got to ask ourselves. You know, these are the daily discussions I have with myself.
Yeah.
Am I truly free? Is the knowledge, is what Yahweh Shai said, am I living that? You know, these are the discussions I have with myself. These are the talks that, you know, we have amongst ourselves with Kazak. And just really just like, yeah, of course, look, boom, 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 or no. Why? Because of this. Examining ourselves daily, trying to just be better, man. Just trying to be better.
You know what's crazy? It's funny. This whole thing went full circle because when you think about how we started the class and what we were going into, it's we just brought out the question: Do you really and truly feel free being in the truth, like your mindset, right? But remember when we went to Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, when it said that more is shown onto you than what's shown onto other men. More is shown onto us than what we understand.
Yep.
So it's like, just think about it. If your mindset ain't free with just dealing off of the scriptures, then why go into the other books that ain't it's not gonna help.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna help. Why not stick to the scriptures and stick to the basics and make your foundation strong so that you can actually start building if your mind is not free yet. You know, if you don't feel according to St. John 8:32 yet. If you don't feel that yet, then you got to go back to the basics and build your foundation and make sure that it's strong and it's sturdy and that it's not built on sand. Where when the winds and the rain comes, then your whole foundation just falls apart and you know what I'm saying? You want to make sure that you're stable.
What was that?
You know the little blow up doll thingy that be at the store.
I drove by with it.
God, so, but yeah, that's all I.
Go ahead, Benaiah, read on. Go ahead.
John chapter 8 verse 51.
Oh, you were Benaiah.
That's Benaiah.
That is so funny.
John chapter 8, verse 51. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death. Then said the Jews unto him, now we know that thou hast a devil.
Damn.
Abraham is dead, and the prophets. And thou sayest, if a man keep my saying, he shall never taste of death. Art thou greater than our father Abraham?
See, the Pharisees were carnal as a mug. They were carnal, man. They looked at everything through carnal lenses, man. There was no spirit in these guys. I mean, this same very chapter, he hit them in 44. Are you not of your father the devil?
Yeah.
The lust of your father you will do. These cats was carnal. And everything they try to do, they try to combat carnal with spirit. Carnal against spirit, they lost every time. So Yahweh Shai is dealing with them in the spirit, and they try to bring up Abraham. Well, Abraham died. He didn't follow you. Are you better than Abraham? Like, y'all missing the point. Go ahead.
Which is dead, and the prophets are dead. Who makest thou thyself? Jesus answered, if I honor myself, my honor is nothing. It is my Father that honoreth me, of whom ye say that he is your God. Yet ye have not known him.
Yeah, he said, yeah, what?
Yet ye have not known him.
See, think about that. You running around, you keeping the law, you got the beard, fringes, you can recite the law like you know the hairs on your head.
Break down.
You can break down everything, but he said you have not known the Most High. That's cold.
It is.
That's cold. Ever learning but never come into the full knowledge. Because it was more than just some carnal outlook. It was more than just the carnal part of doing things, the outward appearance of things. Where was your mind at towards the things you had to do? That's what messes us up a lot of times too. You have to do certain things and you feel compelled to do them. But where is your outlook towards doing them? Is it a pure outlook? Or you just like, man, I got to do this because my husband said so. Man, these damn cameras. Man, these damn garments. Man, this damn Sabbath meal. I got to do this because my husband said I got to do it. Man, these damn flyers. I'm on, man, brothers is making me do this. Man, brothers is making it, man, this damn Sabbath class. Jeez, bro. What's on Saturdays? I can't even tell y'all what's on Saturdays.
Football.
I don't even know. College football? So
Usually Saturday actually has like the worst ratings because everybody's out, so they don't put nothing on Saturdays.
Yeah.
They might put something on in the morning,
Yeah.
but like during the day and at night, it's kind of like.
I was going to try to pick a show to say, man, I'm in Sabbath class, but I could be watching my stories. My college football, right? My tennis.
You could be at the beach.
Be at the beach, right? What is our intention? What is our feeling? That's a very important thing too, man. What is our feeling towards what we do? Is it about that we just do it? You know, I don't wake up like, damn, I got class today. What the hell? It's just whack. Or damn, I got Sabbath class. It's gonna be another just garbage Genesis reading. We did that already 50 million times. I'm just like, man, let's get it. Wake up. You know, you're like, damn, I woke up. Okay. Most High didn't take me. Right? The angels didn't come for me. Let's get it. Right? Let's get it. Because, you know, the world is wicked, man. And remember, Ezekiel 9:6, them that sighed and that cried for the abomination. Paul, I want to go to the Lord, but it's better for me to be with you. The spirit is like, man, bro, take me up out of here. This is garbage. It's filthy. It's dirty. Tired. Right? But then once you get past, okay, the alarm went off. Once you get past that, now it's like, okay, let's go get them. Got to just complete my day. Got to do what I got to do. Got to do it wholeheartedly. I got to love what I'm doing. Your labor in love. I got to love the fact that the Most High is using me. I can't have a negative outlook on that because then it takes away the fact that you're being used for anything. It takes it all, it disannuls all of it. Don't let your good works be evil spoken of. Why? I mean, why we can't let ourselves fall into that? Like, man, they want me to, they want me to show up, Passover. What the hell? These damn feast days, man. 8 days. Come on, man. Where I'm just like, party. I'm hyped. But guess what? Even in the feast days, it's work. But I'm hyped. I'm like, hell yeah. 8 days. Kick it. Brothers. Hanging out. Come on, man. I'm ready. It's work. It's going to be a lot of work. It's always a lot of work. To the point where we got to rest from the rest. When you got to rest from the feast, you know it's a lot of work. Yeah. But it's fun. And it's enjoyable. And I would never trade it. Being up here for me is fun. Being up here for me is fun. I laugh, I joke, we smile. Why? Why? Because it's fun. Sometimes it'd be hard putting together some of these classes, man. You in the house racking your whole brain. I got one class that I'm doing, I just want to give up. I'm just like, man, I'm finished, man. I'm tired, right?
I heard them words in the gym.
I'm the first one to be like, nah, I'm done. But then I'm like, right? But because that's the mind, like, man, I'm tired, but I got to keep pushing. But I got to have fun with it. I got to keep pushing myself. Sometimes we be tired, man, these classes, like just putting together all these classes all the time. It's like, that could be tiring. to the studying, to putting them together, to looking at your phone. It gets whacked just doing this. Looking at your phone and then it gets tiring, right? But I still take joy. Because when I finish product, I'm like, oh, I did it. The Spirit put it in there.
That's right.
But when you find that one scripture, you just like, right? It's like the angels bestowed a Bible verse on you or a level of understanding, and you just like, man, you're joyful knowing that it might have not happened yet, but it can happen at any time. I take joy in being up here. You know what I'm saying? I know I look angry. I know I be looking mad. I don't be mad because I'm up here. I'm mad at the filth in the world. Just to drive here alone is an abomination.
Oh,
the drive to class alone, I'm like, oh my gosh. That's the worst part of my day sometimes, is driving to the school. Because of the things I got to see on the way, the potential 50 million accidents that, just even driving here today, man, somebody was driving, just hit the brake in the middle of the street and threw on their blinker after the fact. I'm like, what are you doing?
It's that good Houston driving, you know?
Yeah, that good to get over this way. He just hit the brake, threw on the blinker. I was like, oh, okay, that's what we on? That's what we on, okay. Yeah, pay attention. Be on top of your stuff. You know, so we got to do things, man. What we're saying is you got to do things, whatsoever is brought up on you, take it joyfully. That's where the Most High will bless your endeavors also. And that's why a lot of us, sometimes we don't get blessed in the good that we do because we're not doing it out of joy and love. You know, we're just doing it feeling like it got to be out of constraint, or I'm made to do this, or I'm needed to do this. What is it? Philemon 1:14 says nothing needs to be done out of need, but out of will. Corinthians tells you a willing mind, then it is accepted. So that willing mind is a joyful, happy, wanting to succeed. Where we at? Read.
But I know him. And if I should say,
What verse you at?
verse 55,
Uh-huh.
and if I should say, I know him not, I shall be a liar like unto you. But I know him, and keep his saying. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day.
To see what?
To see my day.
Ooh. They definitely want to kill him after this one.
And he saw it, and was glad. Then said the Jews unto him, Thou art not yet 50 years old, and hast thou seen Abraham? Jesus said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was I him, was I am.
Or Abraham was, I am.
They ain't
God.
like that. 'Cause right after that, they want to stone him.
God.
What we
All
going
right, that's in this brother. Good job, man. Sir?
So in this verse, was he speaking of regeneration or was he speaking of himself?
He was
What,
speaking,
in which verse?
John chapter 8, verse 58.
Where he said, before Abraham was I am?
Well, really, 56 and 58.
Oh, my jeez. St. John chapter 8, verse 56. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. Verse 58. Yahushua said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am.
Well, when you read St. John chapter 1, verse 1,
That's where I want to go,
yeah, when you read for what, see, he was checking them in the perspective that they didn't know who they were dealing with, and that, you know, they were putting. Think about it. They in a lot of instances that Yahushua dealt with, like the Samaritans, they'd always go back to Abraham, but he came back and said, "You know not what you worship." So you know he was hitting them in the perspective that, yeah, Abraham was great, but you don't know that I was before Abraham, because wasn't he not? He was before Abraham. So, I mean, that's St. John 1:1, right?
Gone.
Bro, I got it.
Yeah, you got it. So you got St. John's chapter 1:1. Somebody go to St. John 1:1 real quick. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
John chapter 1, verse 1.
Go ahead.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Most High, and the Word was Most High.
Con. So, oh no.
Or
Hold on.
just
Hold on. Read it the way you see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
So in the beginning was the Word being Yahweh Shai, and the Word was with the Most High. Meaning Yahweh Shai was with the Most High. Read on.
And the Word was God.
And Yahweh Shai had power. Remember, God translates into power, right? So when you go back to St. John, when you go back to John chapter 8 and verse, oh yeah, that's right. 8 and 56, it says, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. That he was speaking of when Christ actually came and walked the earth. Abraham rejoiced to see that. But in verse 58, Yahweh Shai said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. And that, that ties into St. John chapter 1, verse 1. Because, of course, we know the Most High gave the order. He gave the order to Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai and the angels came and created the earth. So that's why he's saying right here in verse 58, before Abraham was born, Yahweh Shai was. Yahweh Shai created everything. So Yahweh Shai even created Abraham. So when you look at verse 56, when you look at St. John chapter 8 and verse 56, it says, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. What day is it talking about? Well, it's talking about when Yahweh Shai came, was born, and he walked the earth and he started doing what he was doing. That was his day. So why would Abraham be glad? Well, because light came into the world. Yahweh Shai started walking amongst men, started teaching. So there's another one I'm looking for.
Yeah,
what's up?
What does it mean that he saw it?
That he saw it? He looked down and he saw it. Just like everybody else can see everything that we're doing right now. Like the people that's already passed and gone. Remember, you got Abraham's bosom. What were you going to say?
The vision that he had whenever the Most High gave to him, the one we just read, and he said he saw, well, first of all, he said the horror, but he also saw the goodness too, right? He saw Yahweh Shai everything.
Well, right here, you're talking about before Abraham was dead.
Come on.
So you're talking about before Abraham was dead.
Come on.
Well, when you go back to Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, right? Go to Genesis 15 and 13. Let's look at it.
Okay. Genesis chapter 15, verse 13. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
Go ahead. Yeah, go to verse 14.
Okay, and also that nation whom they shall serve, I will judge. Will I judge? And afterwards, they shall come out with a great substance.
God. So, repeat your question. Because you were saying that Abraham.
It's wrong.
Yeah, because you were saying that Abraham saw it.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Yeah. Now I was just trying to make sure I was on point with it. You were gonna say, William? It's pretty much the same thing.
He was saying, what does he mean when he was there to see?
Yeah. Well, no, that's just speaking of Abraham's in the bosom of the Most. You got Abraham's bosom, so Abraham is in heaven with the Most High, so he can see it, just like the Most High can see it, just like everybody else can see it. Remember, you have the saints that's dead, and they crying continuously unto the Most High for the blood.
But I thought the souls that were there were asleep.
Yeah, the body's asleep.
I mean, souls.
Well, let me rephrase that. The body is dead and buried, but they're up there. The ones that's in heaven, they can see what's going on. Like, think about it. Like Moses. Think about when Yahweh Shai got. Think about when the cloud came to Yahweh Shai. You had Moses, and you had who came with Moses? It was Moses and Elijah. They weren't asleep. So Moses and Elijah, they came down. They was watching Yahweh Shai the whole time. So it's the same. If Moses and Elijah was doing it, then you gotta believe that Abraham was doing it too. You see what I'm saying? But this is how you know that Abraham was doing it. Let's go to I'm gonna show you. That's how you know that Abraham wasn't asleep. Is it in Luke with Lazarus? The parable with Lazarus? Lazarus and the poor man?
Yeah, it's Luke 16.
Go to Luke chapter 16.
Luke 16:22.
Yeah, you could just go right to the...
All right. Luke chapter 16, verse 22.
I kind of wanted to go to the point, that way we didn't read the whole thing. But just go ahead and read it. You can start at verse 22, like you said.
And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried off by the angels unto Abraham's bosom.
Go ahead.
The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell he lift up his eyes, being tormented, and seeth Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me,
Go ahead.
and send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water,
Go ahead.
and cool my tongue, for I am in torment in this flame. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy life receivest thy good things, and likewise Lazarus received evil things. But now he is comforted, and thou art in tormented.
So how would Abraham would have known that? Well, Abraham saw it, just like everybody else saw it. Abraham saw that this man, he received good things, and he saw also that Lazarus, he was poor. He saw when Lazarus came to the rich man and was asking him, was begging him for bread, but the rich man didn't do nothing with him, right? So Abraham saw it. So it's the same when you go back to John chapter 8 and verse 32. I mean, not 8 and 32, 8 and 58. The same way Abraham saw the rich man with Lazarus is the same way that Abraham saw Yahweh's day. Verse 58, who got it?
Verse 58. Yahweh said unto them, Verily,
verse 56, I'm sorry.
Okay. St. John chapter 8, verse 56. Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day. He saw it and was glad. Then said the Jews unto him.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
So Abraham, the same way Abraham saw the rich man and the poor man, is the same way Abraham saw when Yahweh was around. Teaching, doing his miracles, prophesying, all that. Was that good? Was that clear?
Yeah, but I was thinking, back in, I feel like it was either King or Samuel or Saul was calling on
Samuel.
Nah, you looking too much into it. It didn't.
he told me walk him out of the sleep while he
Yeah, no, nobody. No. This is not speaking fit. You're looking at it literally. It's not literally that Abraham was there with Yahweh Shai in some type of regeneration. It's talking about spiritually. It's no different when you read in Hebrews. It said they saw the promises afar off, right? When you go to Hebrews 11, this might add some clarity to it. Hebrews 11:13. It says these all died in faith, having not received the promises, but had seen them afar off. Did Moses see the promised land? Yeah, he did. He saw it, but did he get into it? Did Abraham see his seed as the sand of the sea? Did he see it? Well, no, he didn't see it. Remember, Abraham died. He didn't have children as the sand of the sea. Does he? But does he not know that the promises? Right. But does he not know? Is he not seeing that his children are the sand of the sea? Yeah. But where's he seeing it from? Right. He's not here to see it physically. So that's what Yahweh Shai was saying. That he was. Remember, you got to look at the context of why he's dealing the way he's dealing. They're dealing carnally. He's dealing spiritually. He's always dealt with them spiritually, showing them that you don't know the things you ought to know. So when he's like, yeah, Abraham seen my day, they're like, basically, who are you? What day are you talking about? Right? Well, the fulfilling of the promises, which Abraham's seed was going to be the sand of the sea. That's already a promise that's been fulfilled and is continuing to be fulfilled. Abraham is seeing that. It wasn't this. This had nothing to do with regeneration and Abraham being somebody else or being there. It had nothing to do with that. Yahweh Shai was reminding them of who he was. I'm the first, I'm the last, I am he. They didn't believe that. That was the thing. If you would have said it to the apostles, they believed, they knew. Yeah. But the Pharisees didn't get it. So what were they always battling? Well, who is this man? Who is this man that says he's the Christ? Right? So when he's hitting them with like, well, Abraham see my day, they're like, whoa, hold up. Well, you ain't 50, like they said, you ain't even 50 years old. You mean to tell me that you greater than Abraham? He was dealing with them in a spiritual sense.
I had gone there before you pulled it.
Oh, the Hebrews?
I was reading it.
Yeah, I was trying to hear when I was in the restroom. I'm sorry.
It was, giving basically a chronology of all these great men.
Right.
And then in Hebrews 12:1, it says, "Wherefore seeing we are encompassed about so great a cloud of witnesses."
Right.
So they're witnessing things
from the Spirit.
From
yeah.
the Spirit.
Yeah, they're witnessing the great cloud of witness. Who is that? It's all those spirits and angels, man. It's us here, yes. We're witnessing, we're the cloud of witness to one another, the ones outside. But then that other cloud of witness is what? The angelic beings that are sitting right here amongst us. They're witnessing what? How else are they going to take account of everything you do? How else is every idle word that you speak going to be accounted for? There's an angel sitting right here writing them down, sending that back up. So, yeah, it wasn't a physical Abraham saw, a physical scene. He was talking about in the spirit. Just like Noah, just like Sarah. What did he tell Sarah? She was going to be the mother of kings, right? Did she see that? Nah, she died before all that came to fruition, the full spectrum of it. But did she not see it?
She believed.
But did she not see it? Is she not seeing it? Can they not see it can they not see it the way the Most High sees it? Of course. Of course. So that's what that was going into. It wasn't talking in a physical sense. Yeah, I mean, y'all got that, right? Yeah? No?
Come.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Right. You had to ask who was with Moses. It was Elijah.
Yeah.
Right.
That one.
Oh, we got another reader?
Yeah.
Oh. Dang. Got it?
I lost
The waterworks in there.
Got it.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Oh, it's back. The pipe.
Yes. Got a Jew coming up, so you got to give him a good Rams horn.
Shatak Shaka, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala.
Shatak Shakah, Shabbat Shol, Yehoda, Bun Yashar Allah, Men of Israel, Imadu, Barak,
Yehovah Shem Yah Shai Rakathum.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yah Shai Barakatah. Tried to catch me slipping. Tried to get me.
No, hand slipping. Bro. This is about to be good. Oh. It was bad. Oh, you had to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. You said what? Where were we just at?
We're at St. John chapter 8, verse 51 through 58.
Right.
We're in Esdras now.
Yeah, we're just gonna we're adding this apocrypha. We're adding the apocrypha to the reading. All right, we're trying to do at least 2 chapters every Sabbath. So yes, it makes the reading a little bit longer. We're not going to go super duper edification on this, but we're just going to kind of read through it. It's 2 chapters, right? Yeah, yeah, the Ezra. Ooh, got that big boy. That big boy. We're going to be in First Esdras. We're just going to read it right through. We're just going to read it right through. We're just going to add 2 chapters to the end of the reading and read it right through. Because to sit there and try to line it up with each, like, we'll be here trying to put together a Sabbath class for the whole 2 weeks. Yeah, so we'll just read 2 chapters every time.
Con. First Esdras chapter 5 and verse 1. After this were the principal men of the families chosen according to their tribes, to go up with their wives and sons and daughters, with their men servants and maid servants, and their cattle. And Darius sent with them 1,000 horsemen, till they had brought them back to Jerusalem safely. And with musical instruments, tabrets, and flutes. And all their brethren played, and he made them go up together with them. And these are the names of the men which went up, according to their families, among their tribes, after their several heads: the priest, the son of Phinehas, the son of Aaron, Jesus, the son of
Got it?
Hosadek,
Got it?
the son of
Got it?
Sarias, and Joachim, the son of Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, of the house of David, out of the kindred of Phares, of the tribe of Judah, who spake wise sentences before Darius, the king of Persia, in the 2nd year of his reign. In the next month, Nisa, which is the 1st month. And these were they of Jewry that came up from the captivity where they dwelt as strangers, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away into Babylon. And they returned unto Jerusalem, and to the other parts of Jewry, every man to his own city, who came with Zerubbabel, with Jesus, Nehemias, and Zacharias, and Resias, Enemus, Marduchius, Belshazzar,
Where y'all at?
That's crazy. It's all names.
Oh, it's whole. So where y'all at?
Verse 7, chapter 5, verse 7.
Oh, read.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you about to really be up in there with these names. Come on, you got it.
As fast artists,
Asparsis, Relius, Romeus,
Bana, and their guides.
Right.
The number of them of the nation and their governors, sons of Pharos, 2,172. The sons of Saphat, 472. The son of Aries, 756. The sons of Fahat, Moab, 2,812. The son of Elam, 1,254. the son of Zethui, 945. The sons of Corby, 705. The sons of Bana, 646. The sons of Beba, 623. The sons of Sadas, 3,222. The sons of Adonikim, 667. The son of Bagoi, 2,606. 2,066. The son of Adin, 454. The sons of Artaziah, Artazias, 92. The sons of Silian and Azitas, 67. The sons of Azaran, 432. The sons of Ananias, 101. The sons of Aram, 32. The sons of Vashah, 323. And the sons of Azepurith, and 102. The sons of Midras, 3,005. The sons of Bartholom, Bethloman, and 123. They of Netupha, 55. They of Athanas, Anathos, and 150. 158. They of Beth Samas, 42. They of
This is a crazy one.
Cariathus, 25. They of Kapharai and Bethroth, 743. They of Pariah, 700. They of Chaldeus and Amodui, 422. They of Sirema and Gabdis, 621. They of Mechalon, 122. They of Betulius, 52. The sons of Nephis, 156. The sons of Kalamolas and Onus, 755. The sons of Jeruchas, 245. The sons of Ananias, or Annas, 3,330. The priests, the sons of Jedu, the sons of Jesus among the sons of Senasib, 972. The sons of Meruth, 1,052. The sons of
That's one.
Thasaron, 1,047. The sons of Carmi, 1,017. The Levites, the sons of Jesu and Camiel, and Benuas and Sidias, 74. Where am I going?
Go to 36.
Okay, rough day help. I'm glorying in this trial of names.
That's what you're ready to go to.
The holy singers, the sons of Asaph, 128. The porters, the sons of Salum, the sons of Jethal, the sons of Talmon, the sons of Dekobai, the sons of Titha, the sons of Samai.
So, real quick, why is it naming all these families?
So they lineage,
What? Yeah, it's showing their lineage, but who were these families? What was the significance of naming all these people?
they from
What were they about to go do? Right. When you go back,
No, they was coming back from wherever they was coming from. Solomon sent them out.
they were going back. Right. We're in chapter 4, right?
Yes, no, we're in chapter 5.
Chapter 5. But when you read verse 4 and verse 62, and they praised the Most High of their fathers because he had given them freedom and liberty to go up and to build Jerusalem and the temple which is called by his name. So they were going back to go rebuild the temple. And they feasted with instruments of music, gladness 7 days. After this were the principal men of the families chosen according to their tribes to go up with their wives, sons, and daughters, with their manservants and maidservants and their cattle. So they were going to go rebuild the temple. It's important because when you hear about Asaph, right? You can read about him in Psalms. He was what? He was a Levite. He was a chief musician, right? So these names, they were prominent names, and the way some of them are written inside the Apocrypha. Remember, it's Greek translation. So you can find a lot of these names back in the Old Testament, but it's the old Hebrew translation. So when you translate the names, like Ezra is who? Ezra is Esdras. Greek translation as opposed to the Hebrew translation. Y'all get that? So a lot of these names, they're hard to read because it's the Greek translation, transliteration, but some of the same names are here in the Old Testament written differently. Just a reminder of why some of the names are the same, some of the names are different. It's the different language that the Apocrypha was pulled out of.
Hebrew and Greek.
Yeah, Hebrew and Greek, but the Old Testament was mainly the Hebrew, and then when you get into like the Apocrypha and the New Testament, that is Hebrew and Greek. That's why you'll see some of the names like Esdras, it's different, but it's the same. Ezra and Ezra are the same guy. Ezra and Esdras are the same person. Excuse me. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to see if everybody was on the same page.
Come.
Yeah.
In all, 139. First Ezra chapter 5 and verse 29. The servants of the temple, the sons of Esau, the sons of Asibhas,
Not amen. Right.
the sons of Tobath, the sons of Sirus, the sons of Sud, the sons of Phyllis,
Where you at?
verse 29.
Damn. Okay.
The sons of Labana, the sons of Garba, the sons of Akua, the sons of Uth, the sons of Setab, the sons of Agaba, the sons of Subai, the sons of Anan, the sons of Katua, the sons of Gedur, the sons of Aris, the sons of Disan, the sons of Neobah, the sons of Cheshbah, the sons of Gazara, the sons of Asa, the sons of Phineas, the sons of Azara, the sons of Bastai, the sons of Asana, the sons of Menai, the sons of Nephisi, the sons of Akub, the sons of Asibai, the sons of Ashur, the sons of Pharamsi, Pharisee, the sons of Basaloth, the sons of Meda, the sons of Kotha, the sons of Chariah, the sons of Charcus, the sons of Asir, the sons of Tomoai, the sons of Anis, Asith, Nasith, the sons of Atipah, the sons of the servants of Solomon, the sons of Asaphion, the sons of Pariah, the sons of Jeli, the sons of Lozan, the sons of Israel, the sons of
Isdale. That's Isdel. Right?
Isdale. It's Isdale.
Yes, Isdale.
Yeah.
What do you have written there?
It says Israel.
It does say Israel.
Wow.
Oh,
It could be.
It
It
says,
could be.
it says Israel in the book, yeah.
It could be.
Oh, maybe I should jump back to this then. Oh Lord, this is like micro writing now after looking at this.
Nah, you're good. Go stay with the big print.
Yeah. The son of Saphith, the sons of Hajiah, the sons of Pariah, the sons of Sabai, the sons of Saruthai, the sons of Messias, the sons of Gar, the sons of Adis, the sons of Suba, the sons of Athera, the sons of Baruthis, the sons of Sabat, the sons of Alon, all the ministers of the temple, the sons of the servants of Solomon were 372. These came up from Thermeleth and
Dellersis.
Delleris. I'm still saying Dellersis.
Right. Kathra Thalar.
Falar, leading them, and Alar.
Read.
Next reader.
Got every name. Now all the names are done. It's terrible.
I love it. I took the blow for all of Israel, all these names.
Wait till we get into Chronicles.
Are we?
No, no.
Yeah, we don't read Chronicles.
God.
All right, this is going to be 1 Esdras chapter 5, verse 37.
You want to use it?
Let me get that because I ain't gonna straight my eyes.
Neither could they show their families nor their stock how they were of Israel. The sons of Ladan, the sons of Ban, the sons of Nicodan, 652. And of the priests that usurped the office of the priesthood and were not found, the sons of Abdiah, the sons of Achaz, the sons of Adus, who married Agiah, one of the daughters of Berzelas, and was named after his name. Verse 39. And when the description of the kindred of these men was sought in the register and was not found, they were removed from executing the office of the priesthood.
So you see that? We had a registry. We had a registry of lineage, man. And when they were found that they weren't part of the priesthood, what did they do? Get them out of there. They went according to this registry. So this registry had to be very, very detailed. And it had to be kept. So this is how we kept very detailed records of lineage. That's why now when you go back and Yahushua was doing what he was doing and they said, isn't this Jesus, the son of Joseph and Mary? They weren't making that up and acting like because he was just adopted into their house. No, public record that was he came from the loinage, the bowel of Joseph.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Verse 40. For unto them said Nehemias and Athaliah that they should not be partakers of the holy things, till there arose up an high priest clothed with doctrine and truth. So of Israel, from them of 12 years old and upward, they were all in number 40,000, beside men servants and women servants, 2,360. Their men servants and handmaids were 7,347, and singing men and singing women 245. 435 camels, 7,036 horses, 245 mules, 5,525 beasts used to the yoke. And certain of the chief of their families, when they came to the temple of God that is in Jerusalem, vowed to set up the house again in its own place according to their ability, and to give into the holy treasury of the works 1,000 pounds of gold, 5,000 of silver, and 100 priestly vestments.
So they said, look, we agree we're going to make the altar fat. Right? They had to rebuild. Everybody had to break a little piece off. No different than when we went into the wilderness and Moses constructed the tabernacle. That came from the people. And that came from us spoiling the Egyptians. All that gold to get, a menorah. Is it a menorah weighed what, 75 pounds of gold?
Yeah.
Something like that. Where are they going to get that gold from? The people had to offer willingly to get everything right for the temple. So it's synonymous. It keeps going and showing us over and over every instance that this was the duty of the people. You want it, so you got to help build it. Go ahead.
Verse 46. And so dwelt the priests and the Levites and the people in Jerusalem and in the country, the singers also and the porters and all Israel in their villages. But when the 7th month was at hand, and when the children of Israel were every man in his own place, they came all together with one consent into the open place of the first gate, which is toward the east. Then stood up Jesus, the son of Josedek, and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, and his brethren, and made ready the altar of Yahweh, the power of Israel, to offer burnt sacrifices upon it, according as it is expressly commanded in the book of Moses, the man of Yahweh. And there were gathered unto them out of the other nations of the land And they erected the altar upon his own place, because all the nations of the land were at enmity with them and oppressed them, and they offered sacrifices according to the time, and burnt offerings to the Lord, both morning and evening. Also they held the Feast of Tabernacles as it is commanded in the law, and offered sacrifices daily as was meet. And after that the continual oblations, and the sacrifice of the Sabbaths, and of the new moons, and of all holy feasts. And all they that had made any vow to God began to offer sacrifices to God from the first day of the 7th month, although the temple of the Lord was not yet built. And they gave unto the masons and carpenters money, meat, and drink with cheerfulness. Unto them of Sidon also and Tyre they gave cars, that they should bring cedar trees from Libanus.
Which is Lebanon. The cedars in Lebanon.
Uh,
You see how they say Lebanus? It's just that Greek translation, but it's Lebanon.
which should be brought by floats to the haven of Joppa, according as it was commanded them by Cyrus, king of the Persians. And in the 2nd year and 2nd month after his coming to the temple of God at Jerusalem began Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel, and Jesus the son of Josedech, and their brethren, and the priests, and the Levites, and all they that were come unto Jerusalem out of the captivity. And they laid the foundation of the house of God in the 1st day of the 2nd month, in the 2nd year after they were come to Jewry and Jerusalem. And they appointed the Levites from 20 years old over the works of the Lord. Thence of Jesus.
You know what's crazy about this? When you read in Chronicles, it's saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing about 2 Chronicles 2:16, and we will cut wood out of Lebanon, and as much as thou need, and we will bring it to thee in floats by the sea to Joppa, and thou shalt carry it up to Jerusalem. And Solomon numbered all the strangers that were in the land. So this one Solomon was dealing with Hiram of Tyre. Tyre and Zidon, right? Huh? Those are African nations. Yeah, he was dealing with them because they had the means to get the cedar that they needed from Lebanon. They were the hewers of wood. You see that? So it's echoing the same things here. Go ahead.
And his sons and brethren, and Cadmiel his brother, and the sons of Medeabun, with the sons of Jodah, the sons of Eliadun, with their sons and brethren, all Levites, with one accord, setters forward of the business, laboring to advance the works in the house of God. So the workmen built the temple of the Lord. Verse 59. And the priests stood arrayed in their vestments with musical instruments and trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, had cymbals, singing songs of thanksgiving and praising the Lord, according as David the king of Israel had ordained. And they sung with loud voices songs to the praise of Yahweh, because his mercy and glory is forever in all Yashar'Allah. And all the people sounded trumpets and shouted with a loud voice, singing songs of thanksgiving unto Yahweh for the rearing up of the house of Yahweh. Also the priests and Levites and of the chief of their families and Asians who had seen the former house came to the building of this with weeping and great crying. But many with trumpets and joy shouted with loud voice. And so much that the trumpets might not be heard for the weeping of the people, yet the multitude shouted marvelously, so that it was heard afar off. Wherefore, when the enemies of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin heard it, they came to know what that noise of trumpets should mean. And they perceived that they that were of the captivity did build the temple unto the Lord Yahweh, power of Israel. So they went to Zerubbabel and Jesus and to the chief of the families and said unto them, We will build together with you, for we likewise, as ye do obey your Lord, and do sacrifice unto him from the days of Asbazareth, the king of the Assyrians, who brought us hither. Then Zerubbabel and Jesus and the chief of the families of Israel said unto them, It is not for us and you to build together an house unto Yahweh our power.
Oh.
We ourselves alone will build unto Yahweh, power of Israel, according as Cyrus the king of the Persians hath commanded us. But the heathen of the land, lying heavy upon the inhabitants of Judea and holding them straight, hindered their building.
Oh, it's me?
Yes, sir.
And by their secret plots, this is 1 Esdras 6 and 5 and 73. By their secret plots and by popular persuasions and commotions, they hindered the finishing of the building all the time that King Cyrus lived. That they were hindered from building for the space of 2 years until the reign of Darius. Chapter 6. Now in the second year of the reign of Darius, Agius and Zacharias, the son of Adu, the prophets prophesied unto the Jews in Jewry and in Jerusalem in the name of the Lord power of Israel, which was upon them. Then stood up Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, and Jesus, the son of Jesodic, and began to build the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, the prophets of the Lord being with them, helping them. At the same time came unto them Sisinus, the governor of Syria and Phoenice, with Saphrabuzinus and his companions, and said unto them, by whose appointment did you build this house and this roof, and perform all the other things? And who are the workmen that perform these things? Nevertheless, the elders of the Jews obtained favor, because the Lord had visited the captivity. And they were not hindered from building until such time as signification was given unto Darius concerning them, and an answer received. The copy of the letters which Sisinus, governor of Syria and Phoenice, and Saphrabuzinus, with their companions, ruler in Syria and Phoenice, wrote and sent unto Darius, to King Darius, greeting. Let all things be known unto our Lord the King, that being come into the country of Judea, and entered into the city of Jerusalem, we found in the city of Jerusalem the ancients of the Jews that were of captivity, building a house unto the Lord, great and new, of hewn and costly stones, and the timber already laid upon the walls. And those works are done with great speed, and the work goeth on prosperously in their hands, and with all glory and diligence as it is made. Then asked we these others, saying, by whose commandment build ye this house, and lay the foundations of these works? Therefore, to the intent that we might give knowledge unto thee by writing, we demand of them who were the chief doers, and we required of them the names in writing of their principal men. So they gave us this answer: we are the servants of the Lord which made heaven and earth. And as for this house, it was builded many years ago by a king of Israel, great and strong, and was finished. But when our fathers provoked the Most High unto wrath and sinned against the Lord of Israel, which is in heaven, he gave them over unto the power of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, of the Chaldees, who pulled down the house and burned it, and carried away the people captive unto Babylon. But in the first year that King Cyrus reigned over the country of Babylon, Cyrus the king wrote to build up this house. And the holy vessels of gold and silver that Nebuchadnezzar had carried away out of the house of Jerusalem, and had set them in his own temple, those Cyrus the king brought forth again out of the temple of Babylon. And they were delivered to Zerubbabel and to Sennacherib the ruler, with commandment that he should carry away the same vessels and put them in the temple at Jerusalem, and that the temple of the Lord shall be built in his place. Then the same Sennacherib, being come hither, laid the foundations of the house of the Lord at Jerusalem. And from that time to his being still a building, it is not yet fully ended. Now therefore, if it seem good unto the king, let search be made among the records of King Cyrus, And if it be found that the building of the house of the Lord at Jerusalem have been done with the consent of King Cyrus, and if our Lord the king be so minded, let him signify unto us thereof. Then commanded King Darius, so you see what's going on here, right? They were like, go back and search the records and let's see if Cyrus really ordained this. Right? That's what they were implying Darius to do. They were like, go back into the records, go back to the previous king and see, was he really about this? Then commanded King Darius to seek among the records at Babylon. And so at Ecbatana, or when you read it it'd be Ecbathan, right? That's another name or place that you read about in the Old Testament. Ecbathan, the place which is in the country of Media, or the Medes, there was found a roll wherein these things were recorded. In the first year of the reign of Cyrus, King Cyrus commanded that the house of the Lord at Jerusalem should be built again, where they do sacrifice with continual fire, whose height shall be 60 cubits, and the breadth 60 cubits, with 3 rows of hewn stones, and 1 row of new wood of that country, and the expenses thereof to be given out of the house of King Cyrus. So Cyrus was going to pay for all this stuff.
Yeah.
And that the holy vessels, and remember, this dude was a heathen. Right? Let's not get it twisted. That the holy vessels of the house of the Lord, both of gold and silver, that Nebuchadnezzar took out of the house at Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, should be restored to the house at Jerusalem, to be set in place where they were before. And also he commanded that Sisinias, the governor of Syria and Phoenice, and Buzzinus, and their companions, and those which were appointed rulers in Syria and Phoenice, should be careful not to meddle with the place, but suffer Zerubbabel, the servant of the Lord and governor of Judea, and the elders of the Jews to build the house of the Lord in that place. You know, when you look at a lot of this history, and you look at the way, like, the Egyptians and like how the Egyptians, no, not the Egyptians, it's, it's in Maccabees. It's in Maccabees, but they would go to a land, and they would take captives of the land, and they would wipe out the things of the land, but then they would leave an appointed man of the people in that land to govern the people. It would be like a by proxy rulership. So that was going on here, where they left Zerubbabel and say he was the governor of Israel, or the governor of Judea, but who was controlling the land at this time? It was the Babylonians. They already went and raped and robbed and pillaged and took us out and made us captives. So they controlled the land of Judea. They controlled it, but by proxy, what did they do? They left an Israelite man in charge to govern the people.
America does that to this day.
Yeah, they do the same thing. They give you somebody in front of you that looks like you, but they're administering the government through them.
Okay.
Right? The same.
Say they knock you out.
Yeah, you don't do what they say, they get on you. The same thing happened when you read in the Maccabees, when Alexander's kingdom was split into 4, and then they went in. And they took over Egypt. They left an Egyptian in rulership. You see that? And they're basically like, listen, you're gonna run the people, or we gonna kill you. So this is how these nations were operating. So if you're reading like, well, why are they? How are we still in power and things like that? They let us be in power, but under their rulership. Yeah. Let's see here. Where did I end? Things. Be careful not to meddle with the verse 27. Middle precept. But suffer Zerubbabel, the servant of the Lord, the governor of Judea, the elders of the Jews, to build the house of the Lord in that place. I have commanded also to have it built up whole again, and that they took diligently to help those that be of the captivity of the Jews, till the house of the Lord be finished. So it's showing you that we were in captivity while we were doing it. And out of the tribute of Colossaria and Phoenice, a portion carefully to be given those men for the sacrifice of the Lord, that is, to Zerubbabel the governor, for bullocks, rams, and lambs, and also corn, salt, wine, oil, and that continually every year without further question, according as the priest that be in Jerusalem shall signify to be daily spent. So they were giving them an allowance for offerings. You see that? This was provided by Cyrus, by King Cyrus, by the king. The offerings may be made to the Most High God for the king and for his children, and that they may pray for their lives. And he commanded that whosoever should transgress, yea, or make light of anything aforespoken or written, out of his own house should a tree be taken, and he thereon be hanged, and all his goods seized for the king. Lord, therefore, whose name is there called upon, utterly destroy every king and nation that stretcheth out his hand to hinder or in damage that house of the Lord in Jerusalem. I, Darius the king, have ordained that according unto these things to be done with diligence. Yeah. So, yep. And we'll pick it up when we go on to see. But you got to see how these nations even dealt with us in captivity, as opposed to America. It was rough. It's rough here. They ain't letting you build no temple. They're not letting you worship the Most High. They're actually killing you for who you are. Where these nations had a little bit of damn respect. They had a little bit of respect. They did what they were supposed to do with us, though. They enslaved us, took us out the land, right? They were doing what the Most High intended for them to do. So, any questions on that? Question from Eric. Isn't this the same events that are described in Chronicles? Why read this from the Apocrypha? We're just curious. Well, Eric had a question. Isn't this the same events that are described in Chronicles? Why read this from the Apocrypha? It's just curious. Well, how many people have read this story? That's why. Yeah, no, in the Apocrypha. How many of us hit First Esdras? We talked about it the other day. We only really go to First Esdras to talk about what's more wicked, wine, women, or the king, what has more power. It's just giving us an opportunity to really read through the Apocrypha now. We hit certain chapters, but who can tell me what happened in the story of Judith? Right? Even I got to be refreshed on it because I don't go to it much. There's a lot of good little jewels. Tobit. Who read the whole story of Tobit? Listen, that's one of my favorite stories in the whole Bible. Right? That's it brings tears to my eyes, that story. But, it's just giving us an opportunity. The way these readings are set up, it's kind of, we were in the mind that it was going to help us to read the entire scriptures, and it doesn't. And it doesn't incorporate the Apocrypha, so we wanted to give a chance to incorporate it. That's all it was. We read it, we have it. It's good to be able to know this also and where it fits in history. There's a lot of history in here. It's a lot of history that I got to go back and refresh on. The King Dariuses and the Cyruses and the Persians and the Mede Empire. I don't know a lot about that, to be honest. I'll be straight up with you when it comes to the Persians and Medes and that empire. I don't know too much about it. I'm surface. So, you start reading, it starts to motivate you to let me dive into their history and see what they were about. And that empire, I know a lot more about the Babylonian Empire than I do about Persians and Mede. I know a lot more about the Greeks and Egyptians than I do Persians and Mede. And so on and so forth. So,
and also Chronicles is just history. Like chronicle means history.
Yeah.
Right. So whenever you read like in the books, the first or the second Chronicles, all it's doing is just recapping the Bible, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just recapping different points of history.
This is giving you the accounts.
Yeah. This is the actual account.
So this is the actual account. Chronicles is just chronicling it and reiterating it.
Yeah.
And that's what it really is. Even when you look at we're reading Ezra, right? We're reading and it says First Ezra and Second Ezra. It's actually Second Ezra and Third Ezra. Esdras, but Ezra in the Bible is first Ezra. That's the first book that he wrote. Then you got first Ezra in here is really second Ezra.
Yeah.
Second Ezra is really third Ezra. So when they pulled it out, they renamed some of the books. Yeah, so even that, it's not, it's the chronology is not, you'll miss some of the chronology from the scriptures when you don't have this boy right here. That boy. All right, so is that it for the reading? I know we got 8 questions so far. Wait. Oh, yeah, be a good verse explaining that the new moon and Sabbath are separate. Well, and I always say this. We got a few questions, right? So would the second Esdras or the first Esdras that we read, would that be a good verse showing that the new moons and Sabbaths are separate? Yeah. From my knowledge and search, you can't find a verse that says new moon Sabbaths. There's no verse that says that, where it makes you think that they're the same exact thing. It don't say new moon Sabbath. It says new moons, comma. What does a comma mean? What does a comma mean? Who knows? What is a comma? Okay, forget about what it means. What's the functionality of a comma?
Breaking thought.
Breaking thought, or it's listing different things. The dog, comma, cat, comma, rat, and then you put and mouse. Right? It's listing things. So it's telling you that they're different. So when you search, just if you use a regular little Bible app, like the Bible apps that we use to search, you search Sabbath, new moons, every time you read it, it's always Sabbath, comma, new moons, or new moon, comma, Sabbath. But it never tells you, it's never written as if that it's a new moon Sabbath. You see that? So, and then when you go into Leviticus, remember, he said these are the feasts. Leviticus 23, he said these are my feast days. He names all the different feasts. The Sabbath is one, but what's not listed in there? Yeah. But then think about this. What are we about to celebrate? What are we about to celebrate next month? Right. That's not Hanukkah. That's not in Leviticus 23, but we celebrate it. But that's why the scriptures come back and say, let no man judge you in feasts, in new moons, in Sabbaths, in meat, in drink. Like,
Yeah.
you see that? So if you want to have a feast on the new moon, are you celebrating the moon or are you celebrating the Most High? That's the question. Are you celebrating the fact that the moon did its little phase from full to dark? Well, I don't give no observance to that in that manner. Be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed. Are we thankful because of the new month or a new week or a new year? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, so, we give praise to that. If you want to have a feast, have a feast, but there is no scripture that is saying that they're the same. And yes, that is another scripture to show that they are separate. All right? Yeah. When you look at it, think about it. When you look at the story of Saul and David, what dinner did David miss? As soon as Saul tried to kill him, man, it just hit my brain. As soon as Saul tried to kill David, if I'm not mistaken, they were about to have a feast. They were about to celebrate the new moon. If I'm not mistaken, let me find it real quick. But they were asking like, how you ain't gonna sit at the feast, right? But
Yeah.
the feast. Well, go ahead and go to feast days real quick. I want to see something. It just hit my mind. But yeah, hopefully, sis. That was a sister that asked that, right?
Copy.
Yeah. Sis, if let us know. They letting us watch TV without homo vision. So let's see here. What's it? So we got another question. And we'll get to it also. What is the difference between a wife and a concubine? Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see here. We go to Uber in the temple. Preach. We're going to go some tongue twisters. Yeah, yeah, we're going to go through it for you, sis. The difference between a wife and a concubine. Let's go there real quick. And there is a difference. There is a difference. There is a difference. So, what you got? I just want to see this real fast. What you got?
Oh, for the question?
Yeah, the difference between a feast, the
it's
difference
in here.
between a wife and a concubizzle.
Yeah, I have
Can't
one.
be having concubizzles.
She's a handmaid, right?
So-
Well,
So
Let's go through it.
Easily to do it, to find the difference between the wife and the concubine is to look up concubine in the Zondervan Bible Pictorial Dictionary.
it's a what?
A dictionary.
Right.
Zondervan Bible Pictorial Dictionary.
Dictionaries. So it's not the Bible, but it's a dictionary. We got to say that now because
Yeah.
there are some things in here that are not according to the Bible.
Done. So on page 180 under concubine, it'll read, in the Bible, not a paramour. So when you look up the definition of paramour, it says mistress. So in the Bible, a concubine was not a paramour or not a mistress.
Because what was a mistress? Side trick, but she was hidden. She was kind of hidden away. A mistress was somebody that was kind of hidden away, like that's the mistress. But
Back door.
yeah, she was the side down low woman, right? She was the down low woman. Now, when you read about Solomon, you read about David. It said David went into a city and took him more wives and more concubines, right? Reuben slept with his father's what?
Wife. Oh, hold on. Luke?
He slept with his father's what?
Mistress.
What word does it use?
Concubine.
It says concubine. Yeah, he slept with his father's concubine. Absalom slept with David's what?
Wife.
On the housetops. Slept with his concubines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who slept with somebody's wife?
David
Well-
slept with Uriah the Hittite's wife.
David slept with Uriah the Hittite's wife.
Yeah.
But it uses the word concubine, but then when you go through that word, you're gonna, when you look it up and you go through it, we'll understand what is a concubine, right? So it's not a mistress or somebody that's hidden away. The reason why I'm bringing that out, who slept with whose concubine? Because if it was some hidden woman, how would they know that was his concubine if she was some hidden away down low woman? So we didn't do any down low moves. When we had concubines, it was lawful,
Come.
right? For the we were doing it within the law, but it wasn't some hidden. Yeah, it wasn't some hidden away woman like how they make a concubine now, or she was there for some filthy acts, like, oh, she's my concubine, so I can defile her. We just read about Hagar, the handmaiden. She was a concubine,
Yeah.
right? But did Abraham do defile sexual acts with her and misuse her because she wasn't an Israelite or because she wasn't the wife? No. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I want y'all to get the thought of a concubine out of your head as a woman that was filthily used or on some down low type of instance.
Come.
Okay? So it wasn't a woman that was hidden or filthily used. Go ahead.
So it just says, in the Bible, not a paramour, right? But a woman lawfully united in marriage to a man in a relation inferior to that of the regular wife.
Say it one more time.
It says, but a woman lawfully united in marriage to a man in a relation inferior to that of the regular wife.
Right. You see that? So there was an inferiority there where she was a lower level wife. She was still in a relationship. Hagar was still what? In a relationship with Abraham. He lay with her. So in the technicality, if we're dealing with technical law, he lay with her. He dealt with her as a wife.
Come.
Right? but she was a lower level, just a little bit lower than just wife status, wifey.
And it goes into that right here too.
Go ahead.
So when you go down a little bit, it says, this is speaking of the concubine, it says, they enjoyed no other right but lawful cohabitation. They had no authority in the family or in household affairs.
So now it's telling you right here why they were lower and why she wasn't called a wife. She had no authority in the household affairs. So the authority was with who? With Sarah, right? That's why when Sarah was dealing with Hagar and she dips off, she comes to Abraham like, my wrong be with thee. And he's like, wait a minute. The authority is with you. You go deal with her. He was reminding her, you're the wife. You have the authority over her. She's just the concubine. You see that? Go ahead. So there was no household authority. They had no say-so in what was to be done in the household if they were there.
All right. It says the children were regarded, this is speaking of the children, it says the children were regarded as legitimate, although the children of the first wife were preferred in the distribution of the inheritance.
Woo. Now that, but look at the situation with Ishmael and Isaac. Ain't that what happened?
Yeah.
That's what happened. I mean, that's what happened. Isaac got the inheritance. But Ishmael got something too. He didn't send Hagar away empty. He sent her away sent him away also. So they didn't get sent away empty.
Yeah, I closed it, but when you keep reading it, it would have told you that usually their children get sent off with like small gifts.
Yeah.
Small presents.
Yeah. Compared to the big ones.
It's not bad for the difference. She said, you might be late on the feed. Yeah. Right. So that was the differences, right? And then you know, look, watch. Let's go to another dictionary definition. I always like the Webster. Watch this, and it uses the word. It says a wife of inferior condition. Why? Because she couldn't make decisions in the house. It says a lawful wife. So it was it was looked at under the law of marriage. It just didn't have that wife title. But not united to the man by usual ceremonies, and of inferior condition. Such were Hagar and Cuthra, the concubines of Abraham. See that? So, if there was decisions to be made in the house, and it was up to Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar, Hagar is excluded. She has no say-so unless they want her to have a say-so. But she had no say-so. So now Abraham and Sarah, they made decisions for the house. That was and then, you know, when you look at the concubines, when you go through it, I mean, what was Hagar? Different nation. You know, what was Kephara? Different nation. But then, and they were called concubines, but check this out. Moses' two wives were called what? They were called wives. He dealt with them wives. And they were of different nations. You see that? So, but that's the difference. That's the difference. It's about basically the level of authority this woman has, where the concubine has 0. And the wife takes the authority. So there was another question stemming off of that. Now, remember, this ain't the call for us to go get concubines. Remember 1 Timothy 3 said a husband of one wife or a first wife. You gotta be able to take care of that first woman, man, before you go out talking about my concubine. You know what I'm saying? Any woman you take, that's gonna be your wife. You gotta deal with her no matter what. The concubine had to get taught too. They have to get dealt with spiritually too. So make sure you're doing that with the first wife before you're talking about my concubine or my second rib, third rib. Adam had 8 ribs. Nah, we all got. How many ribs does a man have? That's what brothers' excuses. Well, I got like a bunch of ribs in my chest. And if that's my rib, I got. Nah, make sure that one rib is solid first. What was the next question that was sent? It says, so I understand that, go to Tobit real quick. So I understand that sex is required to make a woman your wife. Is this the only thing that is required? When men go out and deal with loose women, is he making these women his wives? Not saying she was loose, but when Judah unknowingly lay with his daughter-in-law, did that make her his wife? Yeah, I mean, when you go to the technicality of the law, what it says, when a man lay with a woman, that's his wife. Remember, we had ceremonial law. We had ceremonies. So you lay with a woman, you shall surely endow her to be your wife. Go there real quick. Go to Deuteronomy 22. It's a long one.
Just paraphrase it.
Basically,
Yeah.
when you kind of send it to you.
Kind. I'll paraphrase it.
Yeah, it's a lot for me to. So let's read what the law says. If we're dealing with the law, let's deal with the technicalities of the law. Read it. Read it. Who's there? Deuteronomy 22:28, right?
I'm at 28.
Yeah, go ahead.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin,
Right,
which is not betrothed,
right,
and lay hold on her,
right,
and lie with her,
right.
and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver,
Right. So, go ahead.
and she shall be his wife.
She shall what?
She shall be his wife.
Right. She shall be his wife. She shall be his wife. So, it's telling you this is the consummation of the marriage. When you go into the book of Tobit, and we've been through this many a time, when you go into the book of Tobit,
Chapter 7 to 13.
yeah, 7:13, it said they took instruments of writing and they made a covenant. Not that they had a marriage license, but they made a covenant with one another that, hey, this is what we're going to do. Here's the whatever they wrote down to seal that covenant, that's what that was. But that was the covenant that they were going to get married. So you could have that. When you look at Samson, when he wanted to marry the Philistine woman, he went to his parents and said, "Get me that woman to wife." They were like, "Why the hell you want her for?" But they went and did it anyway. What did they have? He had the ceremony 7 days, right? In a 7-day ceremony. So we had wedding ceremonies. According to our custom, we have betrothal periods. Right now, if you go lay with a loose woman, hell yeah, that's your wife. Especially if you know better. I mean, think about it. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about the ones that know the law? Or are we talking about the ones out there that don't know the law and they just lay with each other anyway? Like, if I go lay with a loose woman, then that's my fault. Now I got to try to fix that up and deal with her as a wife. Why? I know better. I know what the law says. I know how to, I should know how to carry out the institution of marriage, right? Meaning what? You meet a woman, you don't lay with her the second you meet her, or 5 minutes after you get her number. You go through the betrothal stage, prove a friend, right? And then if I see that, like the scriptures say in the Apocrypha, it says, lay thy seed in good ground, right? So after I vet this woman, right? After I vet this woman, because why? I'm getting in with this woman for the sake of love, the sake of procreation, right? Where's it at? It's man, what's the one? Man.
Yeah, so they see all thy might.
Right, sow thy seed in good. But after I see that this woman is good, fertile land to be able to procreate with, she ain't got schizophrenia. You know, she ain't 1 minute she's down for the Most High, the next minute she's not. That takes time. That takes time to find out a person if they're really down or not. Why? What's going to prove them? What's going to prove a person? What proves us? What's that?
Like their patience, their actual want to.
Right. No, you're right. But what proves it?
When you get to know them better.
Yeah, but what proves that you? What proves if a person is? When it says prove a friend, what proves them? Their actions in what? How they move in what though? Isn't it in the different situations that we're putting together? Yeah. So I'm proving. Wait a minute. Is this person faithful to the wisdom? Is this person patient? Is this person long suffering? Is this person gentle? Is this person something that I want to be with? And if they're not, can they be shown? Can they be taught? Right? It tells you.
I got it.
What you got? Go to that one. Let me go to this one first. Go to Ecclesiasticus 26. I don't know, I'm laughing at myself, but I am. Go to Ecclesiasticus. You know, my favorite, Ecclesiasticus 26 and 14.
Ecclesiastes 20, so much worth as a mind well instructed.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is, can I instruct her mind? So the time that I'm betraying, I need you to take care of this. Hey, we got to get this going. And seeing, wait a minute. Is she going to buck up because now she's being instructed? See, a lot of us fall for the okie doke. We start talking to somebody.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, she's good. She's perfect. And it's like, wait, have you been instructed on mine? Well, no. So you haven't been putting her to task? Hey, get these shirts and put these fringes on. But why I gotta do that? Well, you gotta do it because to be my wife, you're gonna be doing that anyway. Right? At some point, you're gonna be doing that. Mm-hmm. Let's get started early. Right? Plus, it's a good talent for you to learn. Plus, it's gonna get you around the sisters, develop that unity. So it ain't just for my benefit, it's for yours also. But, okay, hold up. Let's pause. Let's sit down. Let's go through it. Oh, I see it now. Ding, 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 ding. She's on task. But if she's, she's just like a gun, bucking shots. Buckshot, birdshot.
Red flag.
That's a red flag. She can't be instructed. So will I lay with that? Probably not. Probably not, because it's going to end anyway. It's going to end anyway. Yeah. Read on.
A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace.
Right.
And her continent is mind.
Read it again.
And her continent's mind cannot be valued.
Continent meaning what? Restrained even from lawful pleasures. That's what continent means when you in this context. But she's restrained. Right? Her continent mind, her mind that is not given over to every little thing, cannot be valued. Because why? She could be set on the course and be told when she's not on the right course, and be set on the right course. Right? So I'm looking for these things. So, and I know I'm prolonging your question because I can't answer this question without going into these other scriptures, because why would a man marry a loose woman? Why would a man knowing the Bible marry a loose woman? And the problem is, yes, that's your wife, but now you have to deal with her looseness and show them what are you supposed to be looking for. This ain't a loose woman. You're supposed to be looking for a tight woman, tight in the mind.
Tight in the mind.
Right? What's the one you want to go to?
That was the one that you're quoting.
Yeah, where's it at?
It's Ecclesiasticus 26 and 20.
26.
20?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we just have to keep reading down. Okay, yeah.
You want to read? Or?
Yeah, read 26 and 20.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 20. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thine own seed.
So how do you know if it's fruitful or not? Well, I've been putting you to task, and the works of your hands is going to determine whether or not you're fruitful. The works of your hands, the way your mind operates, the way you approach, the way you do things, that's going to determine your fruitfulness. And we're not all, listen, none of us are fruitful to the capacity when we first come into the knowledge. But the thing is, can you be reformed, and can certain things about you change to make you more fruitful?
Yeah.
Just like all of us. Can you put off that old woman, that old thought process? Can you put off that old man? Go ahead.
Trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
Trusting in what?
In the goodness of thy stock.
Right. Go ahead. Trusting in the goodness of their stock. Right? You want to bring forth. Watch. Read on.
So thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified.
Yeah, man. Now you're thinking about your children. Am I putting babies into a psychopath?
A lot of brothers do.
Yeah, you put babies into a psychopath, into a promiscuous woman, and now that becomes your demise. Because 6 months later, you on child support. She's bouncing to the next dude, doing the same folly. He falls for it. Now she's set for life.
Yep.
Child support. And you out there wondering, like, man, what the hell did I do? Well, did you follow the custom of marriage? That way, when you did fulfill the law of marriage, you came out on the best possible outcome you can get. Not saying because you do a 10-year betrothal and a 50-year engagement that all of a sudden your marriage is going to be just on point, super on point. But the longer you go, the better chance you got. Think about it. What relationship lasts when a person met a person after a week and all of a sudden they just married? Those relationships don't last too long. I can't name one that I've seen. Like after a week and all of a sudden it lasted 10, 15, 20 years.
Just a week, love on first sight.
Love on first sight, that always dissipates, because then what's going to stop you from loving somebody else on first sight? It's lust.
Yeah,
Right.
When you see them the next morning, they don't look the same way
They don't look
when
the
you
same.
see them on site.
Yeah, when I saw you last night, my sight was beer goggles.
Gone.
I had Hennessy goggles, and you was looking like a dime piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that light is shining on your throat, and it's an Adam's apple.
Oh!
Like,
Whoa.
whoa.
Whoa. Yeah. That was a curveball right there. I didn't see that one coming.
Right, you never do until she shows you her Adam's apple. You never see that coming until she flip that hair back. That thing is poking out. You're like, whoa, okay.
That means you're really faded.
That means that that was some real good surgery.
Did the James
Look like
Harden.
Lil Nas X. Yeah, but yes, technically, yeah, you're married to that, man. I mean, and that's the thing. We've had instances where brothers try to use, like, and I'm not, it's not a reoccurring issue, but well, she's this way. Well, so what? Nobody told you to attach yourself to a hoe. Now you got to sit there and try to work on her spirit, and y'all try to grow together. But what happens? They end up divorcing anyway. You end up having a divorce anyway because of the hardness of your heart, because she didn't understand, because she didn't want to understand. So, yes. In that case, what's the follow-up?
Follow-up. So I guess my questions are leading up to a thought.
Yeah.
A thought of all the women I've laid with in my past life
Read.
were are technically my wives.
Yep. They were, technically. Why? You lay with them.
Okay.
But now, what does Acts 17 and 30 say? Yeah, right. Read Acts 17 and 30.
And
Read Acts 17 and 30. Go to Luke 12:47.
and the rest of it
Acts.
says.
Wait. Let him read the rest of the question. Go ahead.
It says, now that I understand
Perfect.
where I erred,
Yep.
should I be trying to take care of those women as a husband?
You want to?
Read Acts 17 and 30. Read Acts 17 and 30. I'll let you be the judge. Go ahead.
17 and 30.
Go ahead.
At the times of this ignorance.
Right, you were ignorant. So if you were ignorant, so was the person. But just because you're stepping into the light, is that like, am I going to, like me? I ain't going back for none of them women. Hell nah. I look at them on Facebook and be like, yep, off. Yep, glad I ain't with you. Yep, glad the Most High pulled me from you. Glad you ain't. Nah. Hell no, I ain't going back and try to take care of them women. You know why?
Worth a nickel in a nail.
You said what?
They ain't worth a nickel in a nail.
They ain't worth a nickel in a nail, like Nicodemus said.
Nickel in a nail. Okay.
But I'm not going to take care of those. Go back and take care of those women because they don't understand that they were my wife. They don't understand that. Like you bring, you know, you my wife, right? According to what? Where's my papers? Remember, you were both in the world. You were pulled out of the world. They're still in the world. Right? So no, you're not going to go back and deal with them as your wife. That's already been said and done.
Yeah.
The Most High said what? Read.
God winked at.
At the time of your ignorance, man, he winked at it. Okay, he's messing up. We know he don't know. But now that you do know, because the brother that's asking the question, he has a wife now, right? Now that you do know that when you lay with that woman, that is your wife. You don't need no papers. You don't need no. Let's go get the marriage certificate, license certificate. You don't need that. You lay with her. That's your woman. So what is that going to put in your head? Well, you got a wife, so let me take care of my wife. That any woman that comes along that you agree you want her to be your wife after, it will be in our best interest to do what? To do what everything we just read about proving a friend and vetting one another and seeing that is this connection more than just the flesh? Do we believe in it? Like the first thing, man, do you believe in God? Well, no, I'm spiritual. Well, Satan's a spirit. So what spirits do you believe in? Oh, but she's spiritual, huh? God. So was Asmodeus.
Dang,
He was a spirit that was killing men. I mean, what spirit do you believe in? So, you know, the reason why I'm answering it this way is because now that we understand that, yes, it is a detrimental thing. That's why we don't think about it. No man up here got 2 wives. No man in the school right now got 2 women, 2 wives, or concubines. Why? Because if it was just about laying with them and then she was your wife and then moseying on through life, that's easy to lay with them. But there's way more than just laying with them and that's your wife. Is a doctor because he wears the coat and got the stethoscope? No, he's not. He's a doctor because of the work he put in to learn how to be a doctor. So a wife would have to learn how to be a wife. A husband, is he a husband because he's a man? No, you're a husband because you're qualified through 1 Timothy, the 3rd chapter, and Titus, showing what is a bishop. Well, a bishop got to be this. Then he has to be this. Then he has to be a husband. But to be a husband, he can't be drunk. He can't be this. He can't be that. You see that? There's qualifications for these things. Are we qualified? You can't be a novice. So before you take on something, you want to show that you have some level of qualification for it. And what we do as men and what you do as a woman, because even for a woman to betroth a man, it goes both ways. What are you checking in that man? Is he qualified to be a husband? You don't want to just get with any man or anybody because he got fringes. Y'all can't fall for the okie doke. Like, oh, he got fringes, so he's automatically righteous. Fringes don't qualify righteousness. Yeah. Fringes don't qualify you righteous. Beard, afro, dark skin, being able to even teach the word does not qualify you as righteous. I can sit up here and sound all good as all I want, but what really is going to predicate my righteousness is my action and how I use what I teach. You got hypocrites, right? You got hearers of the word, but not doers of the word. They honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from. Anybody can sit up here and teach the Bible and say shalom and make it sound good, but are you living it? So you women are supposed to be vetting, proving that man. While he's proving you for that time, you're supposed to be proving him. Is he a man of his word? Does he say what he's going to do? Does he live to what he's telling me? Is he avenging all the disobedience and his obedience ain't fulfilled? Is he a hypocrite? You see that? Is he hypocritical? Is everything bent towards his way? Is he, what's the word in the relationships? It's a C. Oh, man. Does he compromise?
Compromise.
Not is he compromised, but will he compromise with me? Because to compromise means, well, we got to sit down and talk and come to an agreement, equal agreement. Is he diplomatic? Meaning not conniving diplomat, but is he diplomatic? Meaning, is he moving like that ambassador of Yahweh Shai and being able to bring the word? Is he balanced? Ooh, a lot of y'all fall for the unbalance. Ooh, is he over much one way or over much another way? Over righteous, that over righteous is killing some of us. Is he balanced? Like all these things we got to look at. So, yes, that filthy woman that you laid with out of just straight lust is your woman. That's your wife. But knowing all these things, it should compel us even more to say, wait a minute, let me pump the brakes real quick. Let me get to know somebody before I lay with them. Yeah. I mean, we go through that all the time. What else?
He said, got it. Thanks, priest.
Yeah.
This is Dinah had a question.
What was her question?
She said, why would a man that is in the truth lay down with a woman he does not get to know, or that he knows is not in?
Dawiyad just answered it perfectly.
What did Dawiyad say? I want to see what Dawiyad said.
Lust.
Yeah, no. It's not only just lust. It's, first of all, what is your definition of being in the truth? That's one. And then it's a lack of, and you know why I'm going to answer this question this way, because we've been there with, we've had men come and go into school that in the truth, doing air quotes, because to them they were in the truth, right? But now when it came to dealing with a woman, and we're like, well, if you're in the truth, this is how you deal in the truth. They were like, hell no, I ain't doing that. So what did they really show? They weren't in the truth. I like doing that. They weren't in the truth. They were in their lust and in their feelings and in how they wanted to do things. And they showed that, they were causing more damage to these women and to themselves. Because now I got a baby mama here, failed relationship here, failed relationship there. So to be in the truth, it goes, you ask the question, it's just really, what do we consider being in the truth? See, you know why I can say, I'll use him. He's in the truth. He's in the truth. You know why I can say he's in the truth? And you know I'm going to use them too. I'm always constantly talking with them and on the phone with them. But if let's say he's going to deal with, let's just say for giggles and giggles, he's going to deal with a woman, right? I'll be the first to know about it. I'll be the first to know about it. If he's going to deal with her, I'll be the first to know about it. Yep. Why? Is it because I want to be in their business? Is it because I have to know? Is it because I'm king supreme? They're going to come and say, listen, this is what's going on in life with me. How shall I proceed? And what I'll do is I'm going to give them all the pros and all the cons. I'm going to make sure it's on balance. Why? I know them. I know what they got to work on. I know what they got to work on in even their relationship. And that's not the time for that right now. Me, right? I'll use me. If I was going to have another rib, the first person that would know about it would be Kazaki. And I would say, listen, this what's going on. What you think? And all he's going to do is the same thing I'm going to do to them. Well, okay, it's not unlawful to have another rib. Do you need that right now? Is it going to be a distraction? Is it going to take away from you? Is it going to take away from the brothers? Right? And then that's up to that man to determine. Well, I can handle it. Okay, well then now go through the steps. Well, you are, I'll use me. I already got a rib. So now lust shouldn't be a factor. But if it is, then I got to check myself. If I'm lusting after a woman, but I got a woman, there's a problem. I got to check myself. So lust should not be a factor.
Because if you get another one, then it's not going to quench the lust.
It's not going to quench the lust. So that means I'm doing it lustfully. Right? So if I'm lusting after a woman, but I got a woman, that means that I got to check myself and I should not be trying to take on another woman. But see, examine thyself whether you be in the truth. So now I got to examine myself, but I got to use brothers to examine me also. That's what being in the truth is. It's not sitting in the seats or just even sitting up here and playing the part, having 1 minute you're an Israelite, but away from the brothers, you're a whole different person. You got multiple personalities. Being in the truth is using the wisdom. We always go through it. The counsel, the brotherhood, the reproof, the checks, the communication, the experiences. Is doing all those things to say, man, I'm really living that life.
Remember, the scripture says, sanctify them through thy truth.
Thy word is truth.
So what if you're in the truth and you come to deal with a woman, then how would you deal? Well, you're going to deal according to the truth.
Yeah.
The word is the truth. So the word encompasses all the wisdom, knowledge, experience, everything he was just naming. So you would put all that to the test before.
And then, so I vetted myself now. Am I qualified to deal with another woman or any woman? Right? And let's say I say, yeah, I'm qualified. I got it. She ain't going to be a distraction. I can teach her, do what I got to do, and it won't take away from what I got to do at all. But now I got to vet her and say, wait a minute. You trying to be down? You trying to live this life? Let's see. Prove a friend. Right? That's part of the truth. The Bible says, be not hasty to credit anyone. But see, how you know you're not in the spirit is you meet somebody at the gas station and the next week she's pregnant by you. That's not being in the spirit. That's not being in the truth. Because who did you go for to get the counsel to help you guide that relationship? Think about it, man. You got a lot of brothers out there that got failed relationships because of them. Because of their unbalance, because their willingness to their unwillingness to communicate, their unwillingness to adhere to sound counsel, to things that have worked. That's their fault. That's how. So you're right. A man that's in the truth, guess what he wouldn't do? He wouldn't just marry some chick he met. A man that's in the truth that he met a week ago. He wouldn't go to the club and hit some chick in the bathroom stall and then talk about this is wifey. And then try to tote her around the congregation like she's something. Hell no. A man in the truth is going to take his time and try to do things accordingly. Let all things be done decently and in order. Right? He's going to try his very best to make sure that he abstains from all appearances of evil. Right? He's blameless. A man in the truth is the Most High's work first and then everything else after. A man in the truth ain't out there searching for a woman. Ooh.
Yes, sir.
A man in the truth ain't out there searching for a woman. You know why? Because he ain't got time for all that. He's going to let the Most High bring that to him. A man in the truth is about his father's business. Right? So you see how I'm knocking down, well, what is in the truth? Because everybody's definition of being in the truth ain't the same. Knowing Christ is black don't mean you in the truth.
Right.
I watched, what was I watching? And he was like, no, but Christ was black with bronze hair. What was I watching? What were we watching? She was watching. Man, we were watching something. I was watching something. And he was like, oh, I know what I was watching. I was on Instagram. You know, Major Hype is the one I sent you. He's this Caribbean dude that does like all these different impressions of like all these different Caribbean just accents and things. And the dude, he was, what it was, this is the thing. he was doing a sketch where he was cheating. He was in a woman's house. She was cheating on her man. Her man comes home. He's getting all nervous, so he dresses up like a preacher, throws on like a suit and tie, and he's walking out the house as the husband is walking in. He's like, "Man, what you doing in my house?" He's like, "Oh, I'm preacher such and such from Latter-day Saint." Da, 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 da. And he was like, "Man, get out of here with that white Jesus stuff." And he was like, "Well, truthfully, the Bible says Christ was a black man with woolly hair. Is he in the truth because he said that?" See my point? A lot of people know that Christ is black with woolly hair. That's not enough. What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that? Are you using the word to better your relationships, to build your relationships? And it's not just, oh, well, thus saith the Bible. What about ones that have had successful 15, 20-year relationships? I could always go to my elders. Why I could always go to Kazak and say, "Man, listen, I'm having this issue in this relationship." Well, he's proven that in the truth, he can hold a relationship for more than a week. He's been with his ribs like 16, 20 years, something crazy.
Yeah.
But guess what? I did that in the world. That was in the world. It's a whole nother construct of life where the truth, the battles is different. And you got to use the wisdom to be able to get those relationships, whatever problems you're going through. That's how you know if you're in the truth. When we do have issues, what am I reverting to? My emotions? Am I getting mad, calling the cops on you? Like, bruh, if you in the truth, if you claim to be in the truth and your rib is calling the cops on you, or you calling the cops on her, not in the truth, man. I'm sorry. We don't handle things like that as Israelites. The scriptures say, "How dare one of you go to the unjust?" We're supposed to go to the word. If the word is pissing you off that much, when I'm correcting you, you gotta call the cops on me. We don't need to be together. But see, I was supposed to find those things out way back when we first started talking. Now you might have that little bit of you might have that 1% where she's riding dirty all the way for 5 years, right? She's with you, locked in. Then all of a sudden something changes her whole spirit and she turns into a demon. Man, that's 1% of a percent. Most of the time, we have not done our proper due diligence in finding a woman, letting the Most High bring us a woman, letting the Most High bring us a man, and we chose wrong. Choose ye this day, life or death. We chose wrong. So, a man in the truth, you're right, sis. He ain't gonna marry a woman after a week. He ain't gonna do that. A man in the truth, he ain't gonna do that. You're absolutely right. Because you said, why would a man do that? Why would a man in the truth do that, right? You're absolutely right. A man in the truth wouldn't do that.
Yep.
Nope. So, yeah. What else we got? I love the relationship questions. I love them. What else? That's the standard. Yeah, they got to be, listen, the one thing, man, the Most High called us from, he said to separate the clean from the unclean. So if you're doing your relationships the same, if you got the knowledge, but you're doing your relationship the same way you did before the knowledge, there's a problem. You're not separating the clean from the unclean. You're not using the wisdom to your advantage. And you're still, you got a lot of Israelite simps that they know Christ is black, they wear fringes, they got their beard, right? But it's all about my boo. What does she got to say? I can't move unless she gives me the okay. Hell no. Scriptures say, give not thy strength unto a woman. That's what the scriptures say. And it also says, give not yourself to a light woman. The Bible says that also. So, again, are we using the wisdom in our relationships to further our relationships, to choose our partner? That's what we're called to do, man. All right. Yeah. What else we got? Is that it? That's right. Shalom family. Come. 1 Corinthians 6:19. No concubines. It's tough with one. Yeah, it's super tough with one. Also, you gotta think about. Yeah. Listen. Listen. Another thing you got to consider also is this, and I'm not saying you got to move off of your wife, but you got some of these men that's running around. I got to get this rib, this rib, this rib, and this rib. Is your wife? What's the whole point of having What's the whole point when it says in Timothy, the man of a first wife before the second wife? What's the whole point of that? What does that have to do pertaining to the woman? Well, are you building in this woman what the Bible says and how you're supposed to operate in it? Meaning this. If I get with a woman and I'm with her for a week and she doesn't understand that I'm dealing with the scriptures wholeheartedly, and I got to do the good, I got to do the bad, the things I don't like, I got to do the things I do like, I got to do, right? And I've been with her 6 months. Then I pop to the gas station to see another chick and I'm like, oh, she could be rib number 2. Let me just invite her on in after a week. I haven't built in the first wife my stance on the Bible. I haven't built in her to be able to deal with what she has to deal with when it comes to this next woman. So what happens? Why does the relationship blow up? Because now I got these 2 women fighting over me. I didn't teach the first one that, first of all, I ain't yours. I belong to Christ. I didn't teach the second one that, first of all, you ain't got nothing to do with her. You got to deal with me. But I ain't yours either. I belong to Christ. I didn't teach either one of them that, wait a minute, let's go through the Bible and see. Is it wrong? Is it unlawful? Where is it at? Right? I didn't build up enough in the first one to qualify the second one. So now the first one is going to be the reason why the second one is gone. Ain't that how it goes? Hell yeah. And brothers, we want like, they're just wicked. No, they ain't wicked. You didn't teach them. We got to do our job. So when he says a husband of a first wife, meaning I'm instilling in this first wife. Listen, you ain't going to clock my movements. Nah, bro. Where I'm going is where I'm going. I got work to do. I be about my father's business. That's if you're really about your father's business. When you ain't really about it, your rib is going to be up your buttocks. Babe, where you at? You said you were going to the store, but I'm at the store and I don't see you. What? Well, you gave her a reason not to trust you. You gave her a reason not to trust you. Because you ain't busy, you idle. It's always the cats that want like 3 ribs that ain't doing a damn thing. It's always the ones on Facebook talking about polygamy that ain't doing nothing. It's crazy. It's like what you need 3 for. What do you even need 2 for? For what? You ain't doing nothing that qualifies 2.
What do you need help with?
What do you need help with? Yeah, like 1 should suffice. You need help. I know they want to do like 4-player on Xbox. They want to do like 4-player on the Wii. So I need 3 ribs so I can be the 4th player. Is that what you want? To have a Wii partner, an Xbox partner? It's the ones that ain't doing nothing, man. It's funny. Just look at it. Just go on social media and see it. The ones that ain't doing nothing is the ones that's talking about it. We only talk about it when y'all ask. I got 1 rib. You got 1. He got 1. The only brother that got 2, he got 2. He been here the longest out of everybody. He's qualified. He's qualified, man. He's busy. He's busy. He's doing works. You see that? So even that has to be put into perspective. Why do you want it? You ask, but you ask amiss so you can consume it on your lust. Why do some men even want 1 wife? Think about it. Why do you even want 1 wife? Some men ain't qualified for even 1 wife. Because you haven't qualified yourself as that husband that's going to do husband things besides bedroom activity. That don't qualify a husband. Bedroom activities, man. How well you can pour the wine down her back, right? And lick the bubbles off her stomach. That's not it. It's how am I going to teach her? How am I going to guide her spirit? When we do have a child, how am I going to handle that? When we got finances, how that's going to be distributed and handled? Is everything going to be on my shoulders, or are we going to be 50-50 equal partners? Or I might have to do more of the heavy lifting, fine, but are you going to contribute something?
Right.
All these things got to be considered, man, but are you willing to administer that to that woman? For every man to decide on his own, right? What we got? 4-player Wii partner. Dang.
Dinah,
Yeah.
question.
She asked another question?
She said light woman question.
Light woman. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go to it. The scriptures say, give not thyself to a light woman, right? Let's get the scriptures. Oh, yeah. What is a light woman, basically, right? Who got it? I quoted it. Let's just get the scripture so they can see it's there. Is that what it is? Yeah, he threw it in there? Oh, he did throw it in there. Yeah, so Ecclesiasticus 7 to verse 26. Hast thou a wife after thy mind? So what should our mind be on? What should our mind be after? The mind of the Lord. What were you going to say? Righteousness, right. The mind of the Most High. So that means that when I get a woman, what's her mind supposed to be tailored after? My mind. But a light woman, think about a light woman. When it says she's light, like, man, you light in the ass. Meaning what? I'm carried away with everything that's in front of me. 1 minute I'm down for you. The next minute, this dude popped up in my face and he carried me away. He lifted me off with his conversation. Then the next dude lifted me off with the conversation. I'm lifted away with Instagram because I want to chase that. I want to chase riches. I want to be a influencer, right? I want to be like Cardi B, so I'm lifted off with that. It's a woman that lacks understanding. That's what a light woman is. It's a woman that her mind is, what do we say in the world? She's an airhead. She's foolish. She's stupid. She's a female Nabal.
God.
I'll use the word, she's dumb. And you can't instill any type of wisdom in her. Why? Because she ain't about that. She's about her lightheadedness. She's about her outward appearance, her looks. Oh, I know a few light women. I'm like, whoa, from the world. I know a few where, the one chick where every outfit accentuates the whole top half of her breast. No matter what she wears, no matter where she's going. She be going to a funeral. And the whole top half down to the half of the nipple is out. That's a light woman. Because all she has is those body parts to do what? Get her a man? And you start talking to her, you like, let me look at the breast. Let me just look at the breast. Because
Shut up and stand pretty.
yeah, just shut up. Trophy wife. She start talking and you like, I see why you wear every outfit with your breast out. I see why you're about your outward appearance, because there's no substance. We want women that have substance.
Yeah.
Remember, when it talks about in 1 Peter 3, it says, not the plaiting of the hair and the outward adorning, but let it be the hidden man of the heart. That inward woman has to have substance. Not all my looks, my weave, my fingernails. A light woman is Cardi B. She's zero substance. Nicki Minaj, light woman. Megan Thee Stallion, she's a light woman. It's funny. I was watching this show, and it's funny how they make women that are not light women appear light. You got to watch this show if you get a chance. It's David Letterman. It's on Netflix. It's called And My Next Guest Is. And he interviews these influential people. He got Kanye on there. He got Jay-Z. He had Lizzo, which she's the woman from Detroit that moved down to Houston.
No,
right?
she's from Houston.
No, she's from Detroit originally.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, she's from Detroit, but she moved to Houston when she was young. But anyway, he's interviewing her, and he was like, he's asking her, like, so why do you have to put yourself out there the way you do, basically? Because she's a real big woman, but she runs around in a damn leotard. She was the one shaking her butt at the Lakers game, just letting her butt cheeks clap, and she was just big and just huge. And he was asking her, like, he was like really digging into her background. Like, so what the hell happened to you? And she started going into it, like, she was made fun of. She was told she was fat. She was told this. So she thinks that I'm going to use that to combat the negative, right? But then when you dive into her personality and the things that she can do outside of just shaking her ass in some leotards, she's actually not a dumb woman. She's not, according to the standard of the world and the typical black woman, you're like, damn, she actually like when she answered these questions, you like, damn, she's the one that's making this whack ass music.
Right.
Like she's a flutist.
Yeah.
She's a flutist, meaning.
I watched that episode.
Yeah, she's a flutist. She got like 300 flutes in her house. She got one flute that's worth 20 grand. She got that when she was in high school, and held on to this flute for all her ups and downs. Held on to this flute, whatever. But to be able to do things like that, and obviously it's carnal still. But there's more to her than just a leotard and shaking her butt on concerts. She literally is thinking, but the way she's going about thinking to do things is wrong. So with the right man in her life, he could really just say, nah, wait a minute. That's not how we're going to do that. Let's do this. Boom, 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 boom. And she could actually be something.
Yeah.
Now, Cardi B, can she be something? I don't see that. I don't see the right man coming into her life to change a damn thing, because she tells you what she's about. Birkin bags, Bentleys, and running her man. That's that. Nicki Minaj, same thing, running her man. So the light woman that they are, nothing heavy could come into their life and change them. But there are some women out there that they appear light. Like, it's like how they do your favorite rapper, like how they do 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne. These niggas is dumb as hell, right? Yeah, they got 4.0s in college.
Yeah.
They graduated from Louisiana State with 4.0s. They just don't put, both of them. They just don't put that on TV. So they're not dumb according to a knowledge standard. So what does that show me about them? That if the right person sat in front of them, they will be able to comprehend knowledge. Right? They will be able to comprehend something. Just like the brother sat down in Florida. What's the bro? What's the rapper, man? Kodak Black. They make them appear like light men. But he sat down and was taught. Now he knows that he believes and knows that he's an Israelite. He just going through his trials and his battles and getting whooped up in jail, getting beat up with that jail stipulation and thing like that. But
his next album is called It's Something Israel.
See? Now, who's to say that he can't make a full 180 reversal? Some people just ain't. But this light woman, she's continuing in her lightness, meaning it's all about looks, it's all about my fashion, it's all about me and my control. So that's what it means by a light woman. Give not thyself to a light woman. A woman that can't think. You can't think your way through a wet paper bag. When it comes to, hey babe, I need you to cook this meal. You like, cook a meal? Wait a minute. But I don't even know how to turn the stove on. I can't cook. No, just read the instructions. But I can't, but no, just read. You know how to read, right? Yeah, so that means you know how to cook. That's my standpoint. You can read, you can cook. But, all right, man, forget it. Right? Where a woman that's thinking and innovative, the Proverbs 31 woman, she ain't light. Why? She's not letting things come in front of her to be excuses. Cook this meal. Well, man, all I got is potatoes, noodles, and an egg. Bro, she gonna turn that into a casserole somehow. You get a whole meal feeding the family at 8. Think about moms way back. You broke as hell, right? And you had no food, and you looking in the cupboards like, how the hell are we gonna eat tonight? And moms would be like, got it, watch. And she give you a whole 4-course meal out of like 4 ingredients. You like, whoa, because she's a thinker. Because moms was innovative in certain areas. How we gonna get this done? How we gonna get the lights paid? Mom get them lights paid because she was a thinker. She didn't just say, oh, you know what? Let me just give over to prostitution. A light woman is faced with problems, and she's like, well, I'm gonna handle it the fastest way. It might not be the best way, but I'll just go hold myself out. Look, made $500 an hour, lights paid. You see that? A light woman is not gonna sacrifice with you. And when you do come up, what is she always looking for? She's looking for the next come up. So she's waiting for you to fall so she can hop on something else. But there's a lot of light women in this world, man, and we can't be attached to them. Yeah. What else? Good questions. I mean, we actually did a class. We got to do another one. We got to do a light woman class. I know I did a class a while back on it. Give not thyself to a light woman. You look at Abigail, right? When you look at Abigail, check this out. This will show you the character of a not light woman. a heavy woman. She's heavy.
Bakar said, if you can eat, then you should know how to cook.
Hell yeah. Those two things are not always synonymous with one another.
God.
Watch, go to 1 Samuel 25:3. 1 Samuel 25 and verse 3. Watch. This is a not light. This woman, Abigail, was heavy. She wasn't light. She couldn't be lifted off with her emotions, lifted off with some misconception. There was something about her. Because best believe, Abigail was beautiful. Best believe. For David to want that, he wasn't dealing with nothing whack. He wasn't going to deal with nothing that was mediocre. Right? Watch, read.
1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 3.
Right?
Now the name of the man was Nabal.
Right?
And the name of his wife, Abigail.
Right?
And she was a woman of good understanding.
She was what?
A woman of good understanding.
Why did it point that out? Because it needed to be pointed out that she wasn't just beautiful. Her understanding was on point. Go ahead.
And of a beautiful countenance.
Right? Read on.
But the man was churlish and evil in his doings.
Right, now go to 2 Samuel 11 and verse 2. I'm going to show you the difference between a light woman and a non-light woman. Just in one man's choice, I'm going to show you something. Because we know at the end of the story, David marries Abigail, this woman of beautiful understanding, beautiful countenance. But he also took Bathsheba. Bathsheba was a light woman. Why do I say that? Well, she slept with a man while she was married to another man. That's a light woman. Read it.
2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 2.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass in an eventide,
right,
that David arose from off his bed,
uh-huh,
and walked upon the roof of the king's house.
Go ahead.
And from the roof he saw a woman washing herself.
Right.
And the woman was very beautiful to look upon.
But it don't talk nothing about her beautiful understanding. It talk about her beautiful outward. Oh, she was fine. Mm-hmm. That's all David knew about her. Right, and as you read the story, watch, read on.
And David sent and inquired after the woman.
Right.
And one said, is not this Bathsheba,
right,
the daughter of Eliam,
right,
the wife of Uriah, the Hittite?
So they knew that she was married. Go ahead. Maybe she forgot. Read.
And David sent messengers and took her.
Right.
And she came in unto him.
Right.
And he lay with her.
Now a light woman, yeah, she's going to respect the king. But she ain't going to lay with the king. She's going to respect her husband. So just so you have the differences between a light woman and a woman that's not light. This woman, Abigail, it said Nabal was churlish, but she respected him. She dealt with him as her wife. She didn't look down upon him. She didn't do the whole, I can't wait for the Most High to kill you and get you out of my life. She didn't do that. She held her standard. As Bathsheba, she had no standard. She just didn't. Wow. She was the light, Bathsheba was the light woman. All right, so, you know, hopefully that helps with that. We could do another class on it. We need to. I mean, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. What else? Is that it? Is that it? Wow, sounds like I know a light man. There are some light men out there. Very light. Very light. All right, I mean, listen, if that's it, you know, our intention ain't to take y'all for 8 hours. Just trying to get over with this quick, but that's it. Let's rise and face the east. I might even point out for dumb. Rise and face Jerusalem. Will you sleep? Oh. Tired? Man, you young. Ain't no such thing as tired in your vocabulary.
Yes, it is.
That's like the Energizer Bunny. You guys would charge more and more.
All right.
Nah, you're hilarious. A hammer and a knife.
Rakata Yahoah.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahawashi.
Barakatah Yahawashi.
The Wadi Yahweh.
The Wadi Yahweh.
The Wadi Yahawashi.
The Wadi Yahawashi.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahawashi.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahawashi.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Nawa.
Nawa.
Shalak.
Shalach.
Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa ala ayum.
Wa Alahayim.
La.
La.
Shemar Al.
Shemar Al.
Barak.
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 Rapah.
Rapah.
Magun.
Magun.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Yasher Allah. Also send unto us. Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual powers.
Spiritual
And
powers.
forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all of our sins.
Yahawashi, come quickly. For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen. No.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah. Hathalanoah.
Hathalanoah.
Hathawarah.
Hathawarah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hathalanoah.
Hathalanoah.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
A war.
War. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
I'm Slakia. A war.
War.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
My bad. Slakia, y'all. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hathalanoah.
Hathalanoah.
Ha'ayol.
Ha'ayol.
Korah.
Korah.
Kora'ah.
Korah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Hathalanoah.
Hathalanoah.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashat.
Lamashah.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
This is Psalm chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
Give thanks unto
To
Yahweh.
sing praise unto thy name.
Sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad to thy word.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doeth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the
And
grass.
when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies
Below thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn
But my horn
shalt thou exalt.
shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see my desire
My eye also shall see my desire.
on mine enemies.
On mine enemies.
And mine ears shall hear
And my ears shall hear
my desire of the wicked
my desire of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against
The
me.
righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahawashi
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourish.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Psalms chapter 133. Shayar, Malawat, Madawad, Hana, Matawab, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akyum, Gum, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatawab, Al, Paraash, Yarad, Al, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Alpayah, Madawatyua, Katol, Thumram 1, Shayarad, Al, Parayah, Tazaya 1, Slaki Tazaya 1, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayayam, I Walam. Amen.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. By Shem Yahushai.
By Shem Yahushai.
Water.
Tamyah.
Aman.
Circle up. Let's circle it up. Hey, remember, tomorrow is Halloween for these people.
Oh, it's tonight. It's tonight.
What?
Today's 31st.
31st.
Oh, it's
Okay, so tonight is Halloween for these people. Just remember, the scriptures say, knowing the times that they're evil. So, you know, man, this is when them filthy little animals come out. The filthy little kids, they want to come out and they throw little eggs and do things like that. You know, these wicked men, they come out kidnapping these children and
Yeah.
listen, just, you know, my whole thing is do what Jacob did. Be a man of the tent. Stay in your safety, man. Just a reminder that we got to be aware of what's going on. I thought it was tomorrow. See? I'd have been caught off guard. Barakatah Yahweh. Got brothers to show me. I don't keep up with no dates, man. I thought today was Monday. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't keep up with none of that. But we have to know what's going on and that these are them days, man. This is Satan worship day, right? It's especially tonight. So there's going to be a lot of spirits moving around. So, you know, my thing is always to avoidance. I'm always the avoiding guy. So what do? I make sure I'm in the house, avoiding the streets, avoiding the chaos. That's me. Listen, I know what Halloween's about. I've been there. I've been out. I know what it's about. So, you know, I just avoid it. So just a reminder, man. You got to be scary and spooky, but just reminding brothers and sisters what day it is and what they're gonna be out there trying to promote and do. All right. So, call it.
But the fish one, imagine. Hurrah!
Yeah.
How about Shem Yahushai? He loves to yell.
That's not to y'all.
Someone's been throwing a rock to my door. That's Yashikar. And he's on the road.
Some of the kids,
Yeah.
they just come and throw rocks at our door.
Oh, at your house.
Yeah.
At our house.
Yeah, but they're going to be throwing their eggs. They're going to be doing their little filth, trick or treat, this and that. Put your little sign up. Ain't nothing here for you. Except for this, you want to get a Bible verse? Make them run.
Be
This is
like
a house
dropping
of,
scriptures
I'd be like,
into
this
their
is a house of the Lord. They definitely won't show up.
Right.
It's funny because you know what? Trick-or-treaters never used to knock at my door when I used to live down.
Really?
Yeah, they never used to knock.
You leave your light, there's a thing where like if you leave your light on, that means that they come knock at your door. If your light's off, they don't come.
Oh, my lights would be off, so
Oh yeah. Mine's always hit off.
TV be on. Anyway, let's salute the sisters. Go ahead and call it.
Saluting Gal, the daughters of Zion, let the fish one imagine. Hurrah!
Yahweh Shema Nathaniel, how about Shem Yahushai? Yahya Matah, no Halloween for anyone, dismissed. You can't be like, I'm in my Israelite costume. I'm about to go get candy now.
Dang.
Hey, let's say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. We'll see y'all back here Monday. Monday.
You're in your Israelite costume, so you're about to go
He said all praises for the Most High for
I saw
Noah.
that.
Six children.